number 27, Chase Dowd.
Good afternoon and welcome here to Winterholder Field here on the campus of Taylor University for today's Crossroads League doubleheader between the Marian Knights and the Taylor University Trojans. Rick Johnston here with you. This is game one, and we are set to go 7 innings here in our opening contest. On the hill for the Trojans to start is Drake Gongwer, 6'3", sophomore right-hander out of Wakarusa, Indiana. As the Trojans try to win their second game in a row in this series after winning last night 13-9 in comeback fashion. Gongwer's first pitch is away at 1:02, and we're underway. Here from Upland, Indiana, it's a ball to the shortstop Leo Lopez, who bats out the top of the order today. He'll be followed by Maverick Bacon and Caden Jones. Second one from Gongwer. This one low as well, 2-0. Lopez was great yesterday, 4 for 6 batting out of the 3-hole with a double and a 3-run home run. And the 3-run homer got Marian on the board yesterday after Taylor had jumped out to a 7-0 lead. Third one from Gongwer. All three have been low to Lopez. And it's 3-0 to the leadoff man, the shortstop for Marian. Gongwer comes into 3.46 ERA, 2-1 this season. 12th appearance, his 11th start, one complete game in 39 pitches, and a get-me-over pitch makes it 3-1. He's limited opponents to a 184 average this year, one of the top marks in the Crossroads League, and that'll be ball 4, low and in on the righty Lopez. And a leadoff walk to start things off for Marian in the top half of the first. He'll be followed, Lopez will, by Maverick Bacon, and then Caden Jones. The rest of the order, Evan Hickman, the catcher, Tyler Vogel, the third baseman, Caio Cordero, the left fielder. The DH is Skylar McCool, like last night. Henry Fisher is in center. And Caleb Myers is the second baseman today after not seeing time yesterday in the series opener. Gongwer low for ball number 1. The win by the Trojans last night moved them to 28-12 on the year, 8-8 in the Crossroads League. They moved up to 6th place in the league standings. Marian fell from the second place position down to 3rd. They're a half game back of Mount Vernon Nazarene for number 2 in the standings. Second one to Bacon over there for a strike. It evens it up at 1-1. The defense behind Drake today, TJ Bass in left, Wyatt Whitman in center, Connor Crawford in right. The 1-1. Inside to Bacon, the lefty, called for strike 2. Brett Lawson at third, Josh Lane at short, Nick Ruschi at second, Nathan Taggart at first, and Ben Calabaugh behind the plate. Leadoff walk to Lopez. He's at first. The 1-2 pitch to Bacon. Inside, he'll watch that one again. He's watched all 4 pitches in the zone, or he's received here so far in the opening at bat, and the count evens up 2-2. Bacon was 3 for 5 yesterday with a tying RBI and the go-ahead run scored to put Marian on top 8-7 yesterday. They eventually led 9-7 before Taylor came back to score the last 6 of the game. Bouncer to the right side. Ruschi let it bounce to him in his chest. Over to first. On a 4-3 putout, there's out number 1. Lopez will advance to second. Walks really doomed the Trojans yesterday, as 5 of those walks eventually came around to score. And the batter will now be the right fielder, Caden Jones, with Lopez in scoring position at second base. A fastball from Gongwer hits the outside part of the plate for a called strike. Jones yesterday 1 for 5 with an RBI on a sacrifice fly. Lopez at second, scoreless in the top of the first in game 1 of our doubleheader here this afternoon. Gongwer sets and delivers a curveball, and that'll hit Lopez on the foot. Or hit Jones on the foot, excuse me. Lopez thought it was going to bounce away for a wild pitch or a pass ball and move down to third. Instead, it'll be 2 on here, first and second, with 1 out here in the top of the first with no score. And that brings up the cleanup batter, Evan Hickman. Marian trying to jump on the board here early like we saw Taylor do last night, where the Trojans scored 6 their first time at the plate, eventually building a 7-0 advantage before having to battle back from a 9-7 deficit to win 13-9. First one to Hickman's a called strike for the lefty catcher out of New Palestine, Indiana. Gongwer out of the stretch. The righty comes home, and Hickman will foul this off to the left. And it's 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. With 2 on and 1 out here in the top of the first inning. Gongwer sets and delivers home. Hickman, did he go around? They appeal to the field umpire, David George. He says no. And there's the first ball of the at-bat. Hickman on the year batting .301 with 22 hits, 3 doubles, and a home run. 1 ball, 2 strike, 2 on. 2 strikes, I should say, with runners at first and second in a scoreless top of the first. Runners stay. Gongwer's curveball up high, ball 2. Over the last couple weeks, the Trojan starters, outside of Shively's 5 innings yesterday and the 6 1/3 thrown by Riggins and the win over Bethel on Tuesday, where he took a perfect game into that 6th inning. Starters have had their struggles this season by the Trojans trying to get just a couple innings under their belts. Hard hit right side. Ruschi will snag it. He'll pirouette, fire a low one that Lane will field over to first. Hickman will beat the throw over there. There will be runners at first and third, but 2 outs on the board here on a nice backhand stop and a pirouette by Ruschi at second base.
Now batting the third baseman, Tyler Vogel.
So Lopez is at third, and Tyler Vogel, the third baseman, will step in after the fielder's choice by Hickman. He's at first. Ben Calball, the Taylor freshman catcher, will step out from behind home plate and make a defensive signal to the infield. Marian in the road blue uniforms today with white numbers and white letters and gray pants. Taylor in the purple uniforms with gray numbers and gray letters and white pants. First one to Vogel. Goes around on a breaking ball that bounces in for strike 1. Good cover by Calball. Keeps the runners at first and third. Vogel yesterday struggled at the plate, going 0 for 5 with 2 strikeouts. Gongwer gets the sign from Calball. Lopez walking out at third. And Vogel will slap at this one and send it foul to the parking lot. 0-2. 2 outs and 2 on. Yesterday, Marian stranded 12 runners on base. 0-2. Swing and a miss by Vogel. Good battle back there by Gongwer. 2 left stranded here in the top of the first. Taylor comes up to bat for the first time when we come back here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Since opening in the late 1980s, the Maddox Family Dental Center has been focusing on providing the highest quality dental care for their patients. Children to adults can receive a full-service treatment to meet their dental needs. The Maddox Family Dental Center has 2 locations in Hartford City and Dunkirk and always welcomes new patients. The Maddox Family Dental Center, a proud corporate partner of Taylor University Athletics.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
First pitch from Chase Dowell is in there for a strike to the leadoff man, Nick Ruschi, as Taylor bats here in the bottom of the first with no score on the board. The righty Dowell delivers this one away. This week's Crossroads League Pitcher of the Week came in for a brief spell last night in the top of the eighth to replace the reliever, Jared Berger. He lasted a third of an inning as Ruscio bounced this one over Dowell's head. Diving for it and unable to get to it is the second baseman, Caleb Myers, and the Trojans get a leadoff single from Ruschi to get things going here in the bottom of the first. So Dowell yesterday, that third of an inning, 2 hits and 2 runs, 1 hit by pitch through just 15 pitches yesterday. So still a fresh arm to come in here for Marian today as he starts game 2. Dowell a 4.24 ERA, making just his third start of the season. He's got a 5-1 overall record for the predominant reliever here this season in 2019. Taylor has moved Nathan Taggart up in the order. He was batting in the back third of the order yesterday for Taylor. He bats in the second spot today as they've dropped Josh Lane, batting out of the 7-hole today. A pair of home runs yesterday for Taggart. He'll pop this one up down the right field line. Bacon, the first baseman, racing after it. And he'll bounce for a foul ball. Bacon just a little bit, about a hair late from getting there, but a great hustle there by the former Crossroads League newcomer of the year. A ball and a strike to Taggart, who yesterday belted his first 2 home runs of the season. A grand slam in the bottom of the first to cap the 6 runs for Taylor their first time up. Then he had a solo home run for good measure later in the contest. The 1-1. He'll pop this one up over our heads and foul. A ball and 2 strikes to Taggart. He's got Ruschi over there at first after the leadoff single with no score here in the home half of the first inning. Dowell out of the stretch. Ruschi dancing off a first, a pickoff attempt over there. And Nick goes diving back in time before Bacon can apply the tag. So Taggart with 5 runs batted in yesterday. The 2 home runs were his first 2 of the season. Ruschi a safer lead this time. He'll just step back on the bag. Cordero in left, Fisher in center, Jones in right. Tyler Vogel is at third, Leo Lopez is at short, Caleb Myers at second, Maverick Bacon at first. Here's a ground ball left side. Vogel will take it between his knees over to second. They get the out there, trying to turn the 5-4-3 double play, and Marian will. Nicely done by Vogel. The big 6'5" third baseman takes that bouncing ball at about the knees and calmly turns a 5-4-3 double play. And quickly the Trojans have the bases clear with now 2 outs and TJ Bass. First double play that Marian's been able to turn here in the series. And Bass will take the first one down the middle for a strike. Dowell, a 6-foot sophomore out of Crawfordsville, Indiana. As we mentioned, appearing in his 15th game, starting in just his 3rd. And then Bass will slap this one into center field for a 2-out single. TJ was great yesterday, going 4 for 5 with a pair of doubles and a run scored. He starts things off here, getting his 5th hit of the series. And now Taylor will try to put together yet another 2-out rally like they did a couple times yesterday in the 13-9 win over Marian. The batter will be Wyatt Whitman, and as you heard in our post-game conversation with Taylor head coach Kyle Gould, Wyatt Whitman starting to come on here late in his senior season. Dowell's fastball up high for a ball. Wyatt, 6-foot senior out of Kalamazoo, Michigan, 2 for 4 with a double, an RBI, and a pair of runs scored yesterday. He was also hit by a pitch to get on base 3 times in the opener of the series. That one will be in on his hands, and the count goes to 2-0. Wyatt's younger sister, Ashton, and the Taylor softball team at Huntington today. They split yesterday at Spring Arbor. Try to pick up a couple of wins today against the Foresters. To the outside corner, Dowell will find the zone. The count goes to 2-1. Here with 2 outs and a runner at first, and no score in the bottom of the first inning. It's game 1 of our doubleheader, set to go 7. Righty versus righty. Dowell delivers. Inside, that'll paint the inside corner. A little drop on there by Dowell, and the count goes to 2-2. Wyatt batting .246 this year, 8 doubles, a triple, and 3 home runs. No win to speak of here today as Wyatt checks up. or chokes up, I should say. Dowell's curveball away from the righty Whitman, and the count goes full, 3-2. Brett Lawson on deck, Kennedy, Lane, Calbaugh, and Crawford to round out the Taylor order today. 2 outs, 1 on, the payoff pitch to Whitman. He'll swing and miss at a breaking ball inside. And the Trojans will strand a runner here as we head to the top of the second with no score on the Trojan Sports Network.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body. And its favorite place to be is home. Marian General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
A scoreless first inning of play, much different than what we saw last night where Taylor led 6-0 after the first frame. And it'll be the left fielder, K.O. Cordero, to lead it off for Marian here in the top of the second. He'll take the first one from Gongwer for a strike. Cordero, McCool, and Fisher. The three due up for Marian here in the second. Second one fouled back to the netting, 0-2. That one sent right in front of where Taylor Hall of Fame coach Larry Winterholder, who the field is named after, is sitting. And the coach didn't move one iota. You'd expect that out of the Hall of Fame coach. He's had a couple foul balls come his way in his time, I'm sure. Gongwer's curveball, beautifully done. Cordero beside himself in shock as Gongwer drops in a curveball for the strikeout to lead off this second inning.
Now batting, the designated hitter, Skyler McCool.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Gongwer, one to end the first and this one to start things off in the second. And the batter will be the DH Skyler McCool. He was the designated hitter yesterday. The lefty will back away as Gongwer comes in for ball one. McCool, 6'3" lefty out of Brookville, Indiana, and Franklin Country High School. Second one over the middle of the plate for a called strike one. 1-1. McCool batting .429, playing in just his 16th game of the year and starting just his 4th. He is 6 for 14 this year with a home run and 3 driven in. Fastball upstairs by Gongwer, ball 2. Bases clear, 1 out, no score here in the top of the second in game 1 of our doubleheader this afternoon. McCool, a good day at the plate yesterday, going 2 for 3 with an RBI and a pair of runs scored. Gongwer comes in low, footing a little bit off there as he came through on the pitch, and the count now 3-1 in the favor of the batter, McCool. Gongwer sets out of the stretch. It comes home, and this is a ground ball to the right side in Rushi. The second baseman fields and tosses to first. It's a 4-3 putout for out number 2 here in the second with the bases clear.
Now batting, the center fielder, Henry Fisher.
It is the unofficial Taylor Baseball Alumni Day today. We can see Ryan Otis, the most recent Hall of Fame inductee from the Taylor baseball team this past fall. He's here a lot. He lives in town. He counts, but we see him a lot. Fisher swings and misses on a fastball, strike one. We also see Brian Moore, the former Taylor shortstop, who was a senior when this year's senior class were all freshmen. And we see the recently retired Josh DeGraff, the 3-time Crossroads League Pitcher of the Year, as Gongwer misses high on the second one to make it 1-1. Who recently announced his retirement from professional baseball, played in the Blue Jays system for 3 years, got all the way up to the AAA level. Had a spot start in AAA a year ago. As Gongwer will deal the 1-1 home. Fastball is low, makes it 2-1 with the bases clear and 2 outs here in the second. And it looked like from everything we were reading going into spring training, it looked like Josh was going to have a good opportunity to maybe start things off in AAA this year. 2-1. Popped into the air by Fisher to right. Crawford going back, still going back, circling back at the track, and that one's going to get over the right field wall for an opposite way home run by Henry Fisher here with 2 outs in the top of the second. No wind today, just like unlike yesterday where it was blowing out 30 miles an hour in that direction, but Fisher takes Gongwer the opposite way, and Marian takes a 1-0 lead on a 2-out home run by Fisher.
Now batting, the second baseman, Caleb Myers.
For Fisher, that is his team-leading 6th home run of the season. And Marian strikes first. They're on top 1-0 here in the second. Here's Caleb Myers, the second baseman. First pitch inside, ball 1. First hit of the day results in the first run of the day for the Knights. And Myers quickly goes ahead 2-0 here. Myers did not play yesterday. 5'10 junior from Lebanon, Indiana. Base is empty, 2 outs. Marian on top, 1-0 after the solo home run by Henry Fisher. Gongwer's fastball missing away, 3-0. Wind starting to blow out softly towards right field now, the 3-0. That'll be a 4-pitch walk. So after the solo home run, Gongwer gives up his second walk of the day. The lineup turns over back to the top of the order in Leo Lopez, who's 0 for 1 today, or no official at-bats, walking his first time up. Drake in a tough bind here after giving up that solo home run with 2 outs. Pitch 1 to Lopez inside. The shortstop backs out of the way, ball 1. And Taylor head coach Kyle Gould will call time as he makes his first visit to the mound today. Coaching matchup today, Kyle Gould in his 15th season leading the Taylor baseball team, an alum as well. As you mentioned, a good amount of Taylor baseball alums leaning on the chain link fence up the left side of the park. Todd Bacon in his 6th season coaching the Marian baseball team, but he has a lot of experience across a whole bunch of different sports. Earlier this year, we were notified on the social media by Marian that Todd Bacon had coached his 1,000th game period as a head coach in college athletics between basketball, baseball, tennis. He's coached a couple different sports, both in his time at Marian and when he started his coaching career up at Goshen, up in the northern part of Indiana. I believe I read the bio right, was at one time the women's basketball head coach at Marian University. Had a nice conversation, it looked like, in between innings yesterday with current Taylor women's basketball head coach Jody Martinez. I'm sure the two of them locked horns when Coach Martinez was back coaching the Bethel Pilots before ending up here at Taylor 2 seasons ago. Mound visit over as Gongwer will get ready to deal the second one home to Lopez, who was stranded at third after a leadoff walk and ending ago in the first. A ground ball to the left side, lanes there to field and fire to second for the force out to end the inning, but a 2-out solo home run by Henry Fisher gives Marian a 1-0 lead here after 1.5 innings on the Trojan Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 6 different levels of membership for you to choose from. You can join for as low as $100, all the way up to the athletic director level for $1,500. Each level receives premiums, complimentary season tickets, as well as gifts from the athletic department. Members also receive special recognition during halftime of the annual Silent Night game. In recent years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics, like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-5311 or log on to athletics.taylor.edu and search Trojan Club. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
Taylor batting trailing for the first time today. It'll be Brett Lawson, the third baseman, to lead it off. Brett will be followed by Andrew Kennedy and Josh Lane. Taylor finds themselves down by 1 after the solo home run by the center fielder Henry Fisher in the top half of the second inning. 2 hits in the first inning. Now let's make it 3 as Lawson singles to the left side. Back-to-back innings for the Trojans to put the leadoff man on. A single from Lawson. He's the tying run at first. That brings up the DH Andrew Kennedy for the first time today.
Now batting, the designated hitter, Andrew Kennedy.
Kennedy out of Goshen, Indiana. As a dog barks to our right. A beautiful day, 55 degrees and sunny, so a bunch of folks have brought their dogs out to the ballpark today. First pitch to Kennedy upstairs for a ball. Andrew 1 for 3 yesterday, but delivered a big hit late to drive in a pair of runs for the Trojans to increase their 1-run lead to 3. This might be trouble as they bounce it to Lopez at short. They get the out at second off to first, and there's the second double play that Marian has turned in as many innings, snuffing out both leadoff singles for the Trojans in the first and now here in the second. After not hitting into a single double play yesterday, Taylor is hitting to 2. Their first time's up here in Game 1 this afternoon. And that'll be the sophomore Josh Lane to try to, again, get on with 2 outs like Bass was able to do last inning. 1-0, the Taylor deficit. Wind is blowing out towards right field, but not like the screaming winds that we saw yesterday. Base is empty after the 6-4-3 double play. And Lane will take the first one inside for a strike. Josh batting out of the number 7 spot today, was 0 for 5 yesterday with a run scored and a strikeout. Second one from Dowell. Lane squares a bunt up the third base side. Dowell will field over to first, and Lane will stretch that leg out, but they will get him retired. And Taylor hits into a double play and then a ground out here on a bunt, and Taylor trails 1-0 after 2 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
The Taylor University campus store, with their innovative textbook butler delivery service and name brand Taylor apparel and gifts, supports the Trojans year-round. The campus store, powered by Tree of Life Books, is a proud corporate partner of TU Athletics. It's easy to find something to show off someone's TU pride with 2 campus locations, one in the Dome and one in the campus center near the food court. The store is also open 24/7 at TaylorCampusStore.com. First pitch from Gongwer to Bacon is a called strike away from the big lefty. Bacon, the left-handed first baseman, leads things off here in the top of the third in Game 1 of our doubleheader today. Gongwer off speed inside, ball 1, 1-1. A 1-0 Marian lead on the solo home run by Henry Fisher with 2 outs just an inning ago. And that's also the only hit so far today for the Knights. Away, 2-1. Bacon grounded out to Rushi his first time up. Fourth one from Gongwer, the righty. Bacon will swing and miss, and the lefties even the count at 2-2 on the swinging strike. Bacon, a 6'3 senior from Wingate, Indiana, son of Marian head coach Todd Bacon. The 2-2. Bacon will bounce this left side. Lawson will dive, snag it, then he'll fumble with it as he transitions the ball from his glove to his mitt. Made a diving stop in the hole over there between second and third, but as he tried to get back to his feet, could not transition the ball cleanly. It'll be a leadoff single here for Bacon, his first hit of the day. here as we start things off in the top of the second. Marian on top by 1. Bake has not attempted a stolen base this year. He'll take his lead over at first. Here's Caden Jones. First pitch, snagged out of the air. Gongwer throws out the leadoff man at second, over to first, and a 1-6-3 double play as Gongwer had to wait for the ball to come back down to him. He also had to wait a second for the defenders to get to second, but a 1-6-3 double play. The Trojans turned their first one of the day. 3 double plays between the two teams so far here, and there are 2 outs in the third on a nice job by Gongwer on the mound. So now the base is clear for Hickman, the lefty catcher. Curveball Gongwer, too far up high, ball 1. Taylor in purple jerseys with gray numbers and gray letters and white paints. And the all-purple caps here today. 1-0, Hickman skies it. Foul territory, left side, Cowball tracking it. Lawson calls everybody off. His cap will go flying off, but he'll dive and jump to his left and make a snow cone catch in foul ground to end things in the top of the third. Marian still on top, 1-0. But Taylor turns some defensive gems in the third. We'll see if it can lead to some offense after this break.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
We've already had 3 double plays through 2.5 innings, 2 turned by Marian, 1 just now by the Trojans in the top half of this third inning, and Ben Cowball leads off the home half of the third. Taylor down by a single run, 1-0. First one from Dow was a ball, then Cowball will send this one scraping the clouds to our left. And it gets way out of here, foul, strike 1. Ben batting .254 in his freshman season. Dowell will miss away, ball 2. Dowell, Crawford, then back to the top of the Taylor order, and Nick Ruschi. Trojans have out hit the Knights here so far, 3-2, and now Bacon ahead, Bacon the first baseman, Cowball ahead in the count, now 3-1. Ben yesterday 1 for 5 with a strikeout. He'll get on with a leadoff walk here. Each leadoff man has gotten on for Taylor in the first 3 innings. The problem is the very next man is hit into a double play both times. Connor Crawford will try to change that as Jonathan Foster comes into courtesy run for the catcher, Ben Cowball.
Now batting, the right fielder, Connor Crawford.
First walk allowed by Dowell today. And the tying run on for the second inning in a row. Connor Crawford had a great night at the plate with some timely hitting for the Trojans. Pickoff attempt, Foster dives back and easily gets back in time. No tag applied by Bacon over there at first. Connor, the freshman out of Westerville, Ohio, 2 for 4 with a triple and 2 runs scored. 2 runs driven in and 1 run scored. Squares a bunt here up the third base line, but pulled and pushed foul. Strike number 1. Connor's RBI triple, the first triple of his college career, gave Taylor a 7-0 lead last night. But then after falling behind 9-7, it was Crawford who would deliver the hit up the middle. Got an RBI on one, and then Fisher, the center fielder, overran the ball. That allowed the tying run to come around and score. Crawford would be scored by Ruschi on the very next at-bat to put Taylor ahead 10-7, a lead that they would not relinquish. So Crawford was right in the middle of things last night for Taylor and tries to help out the Trojans offensively here with Foster running for Calbaugh at first. And the second one from Dowell up high, a fastball makes it 1-1. Crawford batting .243 this season, 17 hits, the 6 doubles to go along with the triple, and 2 home runs. The 2 round trippers came in the same game against Goshen a couple weeks ago on the road. The 1-1 from Dowell out of the stretch looks back at a vacated second base now twice. And he'll fire one over to first, and diving back is Jonathan Foster of Taylor. Foster 7 for 9 on stolen base tries this year, the fourth most stolen bases by a Taylor player this season. A ball and a strike to Crawford, batting out of the 9 spot again today. And a curveball will paint the outside corner for a called strike 2. Taylor down 1-0 here, batting in the bottom of the third of this 7-inning opener of our doubleheader here this afternoon. Taylor won the opener of the series an evening ago here at home. The 1-2 from Dowell. Crawford checks his swing, thought about it a long time, and wisely watches that one sail away by the youngster. 2-2. The tying run is Foster at first, running for Calbaugh, who got the leadoff walk. The 2-2 from Dowell. Upstairs for ball 3. Good eye from the young fellow Connor Crawford. Full count, nobody out, tying run at first. Taylor down by 1 in the third. Payoff pitch, runner goes inside for ball 4. And Foster will dive headfirst into second base for good measure. 2 on for the top batter, the second best batter for the Trojans this season, Nick Ruschi. So it'll be Ruschi, team leader with 40 hits, now 41 after his single in the first. He and his classmate T.J. Bass have been trading the top spot batting average-wise for Taylor all season. Infield plays in with nobody out and runners at first and second. Ruschi shows a bunt. This one bouncing up the third base side. Dowell will field. He only can get the out over at first. Covering it is Myers, and Ruschi almost beat it by a step. Ruschi turns around thinking he was safe, trying to appeal for it instead. The sacrifice works, moves runners into scoring position at second and third for the big bat of Nathan Taggart. Taylor down 1-0 here in the third. As the Trojans playing a little small ball here. Taggart, who likes to hit the long ball a lot. Dowell's first one, a curveball, will nick the outside corner for a called strike. Taggart hit into a double play his first time up after Ruschi had gotten on with a leadoff single in the bottom of the first inning. Foster the tying run at second. Crawford the go-ahead run at second, or Foster's at third, excuse me. And back to the breaking ball goes Dowell. Crawford was almost halfway between second and third. Count 1-1 to Taggart. This is what happened last night when Andrew Kennedy was at the plate. He had 2 on at second and third and a humongous lead by the man at second. Gave Taylor those insurance runs to go up by 3 late in the game yesterday. Another big lead from Crawford at second, and Dowell will step off the mound. Foster with those hot wheels over there at third. 90 feet away from tying the game up at 1. 1 out here in the bottom of the third inning. Dowell out of the stretch. Third one to Taggart. Will golf this one just a little bit off as he's underneath, and it will sail foul. 1-2 to the parking lot. Nathan in his ninth game back from injury. 14 hits, 3 doubles, and the 2 home runs yesterday. A .275 average for the All-American. The 1-2 from Dowell. Slapping at it and just getting a piece is Taggart off the end of the bat to stay alive at 1-2. Taggart's really good trying to get his timing back, but has done a good job throughout his career of making adjustments in and at bat. We'll see what he can dial up here on a 1-2 again. Curveball, he'll swing and miss down on strikes. for out number 2. First strikeout for Dowell today. And it'll be the best batting average for the Trojans and TJ Bass, with the tying and go-ahead runners on, down 1-0 here in the third. But before we get to the TJ Bass at-bat, we'll have a mound visit from Marian pitching coach Mark Elder, who's in his 5th season at MU. So Taggart 0 for 2 to start things off here. Taylor with runners at second and third. Again, the third base runner is Jonathan Foster. Calball got a leadoff walk. Then Crawford got a walk. And then the sacrifice from Rushi moved them down to third and second base respectively. 3 hits on the afternoon for Taylor as they bat with 2 outs in the bottom of the third inning. Trailing 1-0. The difference right now is the center fielder for Marian, Henry Fishers. Solo home run with 2 outs back in the second. And the mound visit comes to a close. And Bass will step in. He's 1 for 1 tonight. Already 5 hits in the series so far, with going 4 for 5 an evening ago. Wind blows out towards the right field foul pole for the righty Bass. And Dowell's curveball is low for ball number 1. Second one to Bass. Inside. He'll hit the inside corner for strike number 1 to even the count at a ball and a strike. Foster the tying run at third. Crawford the go-ahead runner at second. A 1-0 Taylor deficit here in the bottom of the third inning. Game 1 of the doubleheaders scheduled to go 7 innings. Third one from Dowell. A curveball that Bass will pop up, and that'll land on top of the press box. 1-2 to Bass. Leads the Trojans with a .327 average, 36 hits, 7 doubles, and a team best 4 home runs. Down to the count, 1-2 here. Down by 1 here in the third inning. Dowell sets, kicks, and delivers. Bass will slap this one left side. Vogel will charge from third field and fire it over to first. And Taylor will leave the tying and go-ahead runners stranded at third base and second. We head to the 4th inning in game 1 of the 7-inning game, with Marian on top 1-0.
Play that old song. You really want her to play it. That's what's really going to evoke her. You got to have the music that you listen to.
Tyler Vogel, who was able to record the last out in the bottom of the third to keep runners at third and second. Both the tying and go-ahead runners on the bases for Taylor will lead things off for Marian here in the 4th. With Knights in front 1-0. He'll slap this one left side on an 0-1 pitch. Lane fields a high one. Will be too far for Taggart to get to. It'll be backed up by the catcher Ben Calball. But a high throw from Lane will put Vogel safe at first on an E6. Second error of the series here for Josh Lane. And the batter will be the left fielder, Caio Cordero. And that is just that's the 3rd time today that Marian has put the leadoff man on. And the only time they didn't put the leadoff man on, they scored. Cordero, the left fielder, facing Gongwer for the second time, shows bunt, pulls it back on a high fastball for a ball. So Vogel's safe at first, with Marian on top 1-0 here in the top of the fourth inning. Game 1 of the doubleheader scheduled to go 7. Game 2 will go the full 9. Again, Cordero shows a bunt, spins away, 2-0. Cordero was bamboozled by a curveball from Gongwer to strike him out looking back in the second. He's had 2-0 here with Vogel over at first and Marian nursing a 1-0 lead. Gongwer inside, missing for ball 3 on a fastball. Lawson plays in from third, anticipating another bunt, potential to be shown by Cordero like he did on the first 2 pitches that Gongwer gave him. The 3-0. Swings away if he wants to. He'll take a fastball low on a fastball for a strike. Just 2 hits on the afternoon for Marian, but they've got the one that counts. It left the park by Henry Fisher in the second. 3-1. Cordero shows bunt, punching up the first base side. It'll bounce foul for strike number 2. Vogel at first after the fielding error. Marian on top 1-0. The Trojans enter the day 2 games back of second place in the league. They're a game and a half back of this Marian squad who sits in third. And the Trojans just a half game back of next weekend's opponent, Indiana Wesleyan, who's in a tie for 4th right now. 3-2 to Cordero. Runner at first. Shows bunt here. Up the first base side. Will be in fair territory. Gongwer fields. He'll underhand it to first. Picking it up in his mitt for out number 1. Cordero's sacrifice does its job and moves Vogel down to second with 1 out here in the 4th.
Now batting, the DH, Skylar McCool.
And the batter will be the DH, Skylar McCool. A lefty who's 0 for 1 this afternoon. Open lefty stance for McCool. Gongwer out of the stretch. The righty comes in. His breaking ball is off target for a ball. McCool grounded out to Rushi at second, his first time up. As we mentioned yesterday, McCool listed as a pitcher on the Marian roster. But was a DH is the second one from Gongwer. Off speed up high, 2-0. But we've seen McCool mainly be as a DH this week, but he's also seen some time in the outfield for Marian in their series against Mountain Vernon Nazarene earlier this week. McCool out of Brookville, Indiana. He's ahead 2 balls, no strikes. Vogel stands at second base after the leadoff fielding error by the Trojans. A bright sunny day, a couple clouds out there, but nothing to really inhibit the sun from cascading down here at Winterholder Field. 2-0, fastball hits the outside corner, belt high for strike number 1. And Taylor will send down the quick-working Cole Barkus to start to get loose in the Taylor bullpen. Drake peers in after throwing the first strike of the at-bat. The 2-1 comes home. A breaking ball low. McCool watches it sail low, 3-1. A 1-0 Marian lead coming on a 2-out solo home run by Henry Fisher in the second inning. The difference right now. Vogel stands there at second base. With McCool at the plate, the lefty chokes up and awaits the 3-1. Check swing, smacking it left side. Foul. It goes full 3-2 right towards those Taylor baseball alums leaning on the chain link fence. Full count, Vogel at second, McCool at the plate in a righty versus lefty showdown. Payoff pitch in, that will hit the elbow of McCool. And it'll go down to first the hard way. And Taylor head coach Kyle Gould will come out of the dugout. I think he's going to wonder why it's given a ball 4 here to McCool, because last night the same exact thing happened with Taylor catcher Ben Calbaugh at the plate. The pitch came right in on Calbaugh's elbow. He was called out for strike 3 on a payoff pitch. And the same thing happens here, and McCool is granted first base as that ball hit him in the elbow, and he made really no effort to try to get out of the way. So Taylor head coach Kyle Gould arguing that point right now, I think, last night's home plate umpire, David George, is our man in the field here today. It's the same crew that we had last night, just in different spots. George will be behind the plate for Game 2 later today. 1-0 the Marian lead right now. Runners at first and second. And one out here as they bat in the top of the fourth. This will give Barkis some extra time to continue to get warm in the bullpen. Cole had a rough outing, arguably his roughest outing of his career this week at Bethel, where he hit 3 batters, just about 16 pitches thrown. Cy Stanley came in to clean things up, and Taylor was able to hold on for the 5-3 win. Marian trying to snap a 4-game losing streak here today after sweeping their 3-game set with Bethel last week. They lost to Huntington in a crazy game on Tuesday where it looked like the Foresters won on a walk-off grand slam. But for the second time in as many seasons, Huntington got too excited after a home run, and they didn't get credited for a home run. Last year, all that happened, it went down. It should have been a game-winning grand slam. Instead, it went down as a walk-off single because the batter for Huntington ran past the base runners on the bases. So there was a whole kind of confusion going on for that contest. Cole Barkis will come in now to replace Gongwer. Remember what happened last year here with Huntington in that league tournament game. Their batter hit a home run. He jumped up, and one of the runners did not step on home plate. Tanner Watson saw it, called for the ball. They stepped on home. The Trojans got the out. And then calamity ensued. 2 on here with 1 out in the top of the fourth. Cole Barkis in to replace his classmate Gongwer here on the hill. We're back with more after this here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Since opening in the late 1980s, the Maddox Family Dental Center has been focusing on providing the highest quality dental care for their patients. Children to adults can receive a full-service treatment to meet their dental needs. The Maddox Family Dental Center has 2 locations in Hartford City and Dunkirk and always welcomes new patients. The Maddox Family Dental Center, a proud corporate partner of Taylor University Athletics.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Two on and 1 out as Cole Barkis comes in to relieve the starter, Drake Gongwer. And he has to face the man who's the only run producer today for the Knights. He'll swing and miss does Henry Fisher, and it's strike number 1. Fisher's solo home run with 2 outs in the second inning are the difference right now. As Marian on top 1-0 with 2 on and 1 out here in the fourth. Barkis, the righty, delivers the second one. That one in, bounces away from Cowball. Barkis will jump off the mound to field it. And the count goes to 1-1. And it looks like they'll bring a fresh baseball out to Cole. Cole's 6'2", 200-pound sophomore out of Woodburn, Indiana, and Blackhawk Christian High School. Cole at 3.00 ERA, appearing in his 10th game of the season. He's got a 1-1 overall record, 5 saves on the season, one back of Mitch Hubler for the team high, who got his 6th one last night. In just 15 innings of work, as Cole has battled some injuries here over the last couple of weeks, he's allowed 11 hits, 7 runs, but has a strikeout ratio to walk ratio of 25-9. 1-1 to Henry Fisher, the leading home run man for Marian, who belted his 6th one to give the Knights their current 1-0 lead. 2 on, 1 out in the 4th. Barkis kicks and delivers. Missing in, ball 2. Gongwer, the starter, the man responsible for the 2 men on base here. He went 3 1/3. Fastball by Barkis is low, 3-1. The last time we saw Cole, as we mentioned, didn't even throw 20 pitches in the win over Bethel earlier this week on a Tuesday night. Hit 3 batters in that brief outing. The 3-1. Fastball in, makes it full, 3-2. Barkis trying to be careful as that wind now pushing out towards the right field foul pole. Fisher went opposite way for his home run. Back there in the 2nd is the difference right now with 2 on and 1 out in the 4th. Payoff pitch from Barkis. Fisher will lean out of the way, and that'll walk the bases full with Marian on top 1-0 here in the 4th inning.
Now batting, the second baseman, Caleb Myers.
It'll be the number 9 batter, Caleb Myers, stepping in here for the Marian Knights. Myers walked his first time up following the Fisher home run. Barkis will crowd him on the inside and low for a called strike. We didn't see Myers yesterday, the 5'10 junior from Lebanon, Indiana. Bases full of Knights here with 1 out in the 4th, and Marian on top by 1. The 1-0, or the 0-1, excuse me, popped up foul territory. Taggart tracking it, but he'll sail out of here foul. The count goes to 0-2. Marian batting here in the top of the 4th. Game 1 set to go 7 innings here today. Game 2 will go the full 9. Taylor won the series opener last night in comeback fashion, winning 13-9 after trailing 9-7. Barkis leans in, taking an uncharacteristic amount of time here between pitches. 0-2, and another one fouled off by Myers to stay alive. And the ooze as folks see their cars living to live another foul ball. Bases full for Marian, 1 out here in the 4th. The 0-2 again. Inside, Myers will pull it to the left, and that one goes foul. It was a game of spurts last night. Taylor scored 7 unanswered, then Marian scored 9 unanswered, and the Trojans closed the game scoring 6 unanswered to win 13-9. We've got a 1-0 lead for Marian right now here in the 4th, but they threaten here with the bases full and 1 out. Back-to-back foul balls by Myers on 0-2 pitches, and Barkis missing the fastball low, 1-2 on a good eye for Myers. Myers batting just .175 this season. Looking for that first hit here today after walking his first time up. He will call time right before Barkis goes into the windup. Vogel at 3rd, McCool at 2nd, and Fisher the man at 1st. 1-2, lifted into the air to the right. Taggart racing, and that one goes down to play foul again. 3rd foul ball here by Myers with 2 strikes. It's a 1-ball, 2-strike count, bases loaded, 1 out in the top half of the 4th inning. Just 2 hits here on the afternoon for the Knights. They've been the beneficiary of 3 Taylor walks and 2 hit by pitches. And one of their only 2 hits today was that solo home run. But again, everyone getting on base here was via the error, a hit by pitch, and a walk. As Marian is trying to capitalize again like they did last night as they scored 5 of their 9 runs thanks to Taylor pitching miscues by walks or hit by pitches. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Caleb Myers. Bark is looking for a big out number 2 here in the 4th with the bases loaded. and Marian on top by 1. Barkus sets out of the stretch. The righty at the belt, kicks and delivers. 1-2 home, lifted into the air to center. Whitman will come in. He'll make the catch. Vogel will tag and try to score from third. Whitman throws it in. Taggart will not cut it off, and sliding in time is Vogel. A sac fly makes it a 2-0 Marian lead with now 2 outs here in the 4th. And back to the top of the order we go in the shortstop, Leo Lopez. Lopez batting for the 3rd time today. He's 0 for 1. With runners at second and third now for the Knights, and they've increased their lead to 2-0. Barkus gets the sign from Calabaugh. Backdoor breaking ball. Lopez will lift it a mile in the air. Bass is there in left, shields his eyes from the sun with his glove, and he makes the play in deep left for out number 3. But a sac fly increases the Marian lead to 2-0. We'll see if Taylor can answer in the bottom of the 4th here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Center fielder Wyatt Whitman pops this one up just over the netting behind home plate for a foul ball as our bottom of the 4th inning gets underway. Taylor finds themselves now down by 2 after an error, a hit by pitch, and a walk and a sac fly has increased the Marian lead to 2-0. The Trojans have out-hit Marian today 3-2, but they've only gotten 3 singles out of it, and 2 of those 3 singles were immediately followed by double play balls. Whitman, a big drive to center field. Fisher, although camp underneath, he's a little backpedaling up. He'll make the catch in a couple feet in front of the warning track. A deep fly out to center for out number 1 for Taylor in the 4th, trailing by 2. Whitman now 0 for 2 today at the plate after going 2 for 4 last night. And Brett Lawson will step in. He's 1 for 1 this evening, or this today. First one in. Brett backs out of the way, ball 1. As you mentioned, Brett very happy along with the rest of campus, but Brett with the weather warming up. Second one. Off speed upstairs, 2-0. Brett and today's starter, Drake Gong, were avid fishermen, as is Clay Riggins, the Taylor reliever. But Brett got out and got to do a little fishing the other day. 2-0. Pulls it left side, staying fair. Vogel fields and fires a high one. Bacon pulls it down, and he comes back down onto the bag just before Lawson can scoot underneath. It's a 2 outs on the board for Taylor here in the 4th, trailing by 2 tallies. That ball just stayed in fair territory on the inside of the third base bag. And Vogel had to wait for that slow bouncing ball to get to him before firing one over to first. And we're waiting as Bacon has untied his right shoe, pouring out, it looks like maybe some artificial chewed up rubber that's made its way into that right shoe. He'll retie it before Kennedy will step in for a second time at the plate today. 2-0 Marian lead, a single home run by Fisher in the second, and then a sac fly in the 4th. Earlier half of this inning, the difference right now for the Knights as they try to even the season series this weekend series, I should say, at a game apiece. Taylor came back from a 2-run deficit last night. They'll have to do that here again today. Dowell's breaking ball away, ball 1. Kennedy 0 for 1 today, hitting to that double play after Lawson's single to lead off the second. 1-0 from Dowell. Kennedy will pop it up towards shallow left. Fisher will have to come in a lot to try to get to it. Lopez can't get to it. Fisher will throw it into second. Backing up is Bacon, then nobody's going to be there. Kennedy's going to have to hustle. Hickman throws from his knees. Kennedy slides. Bacon there for the tag, and Kennedy's in there safe. That ball dropped in no man's land between Cartero, Lopez, and Fisher. Lopez, the one that had the best stab at it. He slid and missed. And then it looked like the ball got stuck underneath him. And then Kennedy was on there with a single, then a throwing error. Gets Kennedy in there to second base in scoring position, and Taylor will try to put a run on the board here with 2 outs in the 4th, and Josh Lane stepping in.
Josh Lane.
4th hit of the day for the Trojans. Lane trying to get his first knock of the afternoon. Hit his 2nd career home run earlier this week. And a fastball upstairs for ball 1. Four hits for Taylor on the day. No runs to show for it. They have stranded 3 runners on the bases today. Second one, Lane will pull it foul to the left. A ball and a strike. As Lane 0 for 1 on the day, try to bunt his way on with 2 outs back there in the 2nd inning. One ball and then 1 strike to Lane, who's 0 for 1 this afternoon. Looks like he's donning some new batting gloves here in game 1 of the doubleheader today. Curveball loops away from the righty Dowell. 2-1. Calball waits on deck. Kennedy in scoring position with Taylor down 2-0. Fourth one from Dowell as he takes 2 looks at Kennedy at second. Lane will groove this one to left. It will get over the head of Cordero and left. Kennedy will jog in from second, and Lane will switch places with Andrew Kennedy. An RBI double for Josh Lane. Gets Taylor on the board. They trail by 1 here with 2 outs in the 4th. First hit of the series for Lane after going 0 for 5 last night. And here's Ben Calbaugh. Taylor down by 1 for the power-hitting catcher Ben Calbaugh. 2 outs in the 4th. First pitch, curveball, strike on the outside half. Ben during fall workouts tied with TJ Bass, his classmate, for the highest exit velocity on the Trojans this season. Second one, upstairs, fastball makes it 1-1. Ben walked his first time up. He's got Lane, the tying run, standing there at second base. As the Trojans trail by 1, but they've out-hit Marian today 5-2. The 1-1. Swing and a miss on a nice curveball from Dowell. Calball down in the count 1-2 with 2 outs, and Lane standing at second after the RBI double. Dowell out of the stretch. The 1-2 comes home. Curveball at the knees, freezes Calball. Second strikeout of the day by Dowell. It leaves a tying run stranded at second as Lane, an RBI double, gets Taylor on the board. They trail 2-1 after 4 innings here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 6 different levels of membership for you to choose from. You can join for as low as $100 all the way up to the athletic director level for $1,500. Each level receives premiums, complimentary season tickets, as well as gifts from the athletic department. Members also receive special recognition during halftime of the annual Silent Night game. In recent years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics, like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-5311 or log on to athletics.taylor.edu and search Trojan Club. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
Taylor back to within one as we get ready to start play here in the fifth. Maverick Bacon, the lefty first baseman, will lead it off. First full inning of work for Drake Gongwer, the sophomore reliever. He deals Bacon a high fastball for ball one. Second one will miss as well, 2-0. Bacon 1 for 2 today as Barkus goes back to his normal quick work in between pitches, and he quickly falls behind 3-0. Barkus wastes no time. And now will adjust his purple cap just a smidge. The 3-0 to Bacon. A get me over changeup, 3-1. Bacon singled back in the third to lead it off, then got stranded over at first after, actually was part of a double play. Bacon will bend out of the way here. He's got a leadoff walk to start things off here in the fifth inning, excuse me.
Now batting, the right fielder, Caden Jones.
Fourth walk allowed by a Taylor pitcher today. They've also hit 2 batters as well, and the free passes are what allowed Marian to build that 9 unanswered run rally yesterday. That's what helped them increase their lead to 2-1 here. Fastball away from Barkus to the lefty, Caden Jones, ball 1. Jones 0 for 1 today, was hit by a pitch in the first, then hit into that 1-6-3 double play with nobody out in the third. Back to the outside corner. Barkus will miss away from the lefty, 2-0. Jones batting .224 this season. Trying to get that first hit here. Watches that one sail in at the knees, 2-1 on a called strike. Bacon at first after the leadoff walk here at the top of the 5th inning. Marian leading 2-1 in this 7-inning game 1 of the doubleheader. Fourth one away, it's 3-1. As Taylor in danger of walking their 5th batter of the day. Barkus readies, sets at the belt, kicks and delivers, and again away. He missed all the way on most of those pitches to Jones, and that's back-to-back walks to start things off in the 5th for Marian as they try to build on their 2-1 lead.
Now batting, the catcher, Evan Hickman.
Third walk allowed by Barkus as he came in with an out and men on back in the 4th. The batter will be the catcher, lefty Evan Hickman. And his team in front, 2-1. Taggart plays in from first, anticipating a bunt with 2 on and nobody out. Barkus comes in to the lefty Hickman, called for ball 1 on the shoe tops. Hickman 0 for 2 today, reached on a fielder's choice in the first, then was popped out in foul territory, and a nice catch by the third baseman Brett Lawson, which ended the 3rd inning. Taggart again plays in from first. Hickman will take this one to the outside corner to even the count at 1-1. Just 2 hits on the afternoon for Marian. The solo home run by Fisher in the 2nd, and the single by Bacon in the 3rd. Those are their only 2 knocks today, but they were the beneficiaries of an error, a hit by pitch, and a walk to load them up for a sac fly to bring home their 2nd run an inning ago in the 4th. Hickman shows bunt here. Into the air, left side, it'll land foul before Lawson can make a stab at it. 1 ball and 2 strikes after the delayed bunt shown by Hickman. And the DH, Andrew Kennedy, starts to get warm in the Taylor bullpen. A ball and 2 strikes to the Marian catcher, Evan Hickman. And a righty on lefty matchup here with 2 on and nobody out in the top of the 5th, and Marian ahead by a run once again. Barkus kicks, delivers home. Low and away for ball 2. 2-2. Taylor in purple jerseys with gray numbers and gray letters and white pants. Marian in blue jerseys with white numbers and white letters and gray pants. Hickman stands almost straight up and down. The lefty waits the 2-2, slips out of the hand of Barkus, smacking it out of the air, and keeping it next to him is the catcher Cowball. And the count is now full, 3 balls and 2 strikes with nobody out and the first 2 men on thanks to walks by Barkus. Again, it was walks that hurt Taylor yesterday. Hickman calls time, will adjust the protective plate on his right elbow before stepping back in and awaiting the payoff pitch from the right-handed Cole Barkus. Nobody out here in the 5th, the 3-2. And it'll be 3 straight walks to lead things off here in the 5th inning. And Taylor head coach Kyle Gould will come out of the bullpen here to talk things over with the infield and Cole Barkus and Ben Cowball. 3 straight walks, 4 on the day right now for Cole since coming in last inning in relief. With again Marian finding themselves leading by 1. Adam Shooter, the courtesy runner, will come in once again to run for Hickman over at first like he did when Hickman got on thanks to the fielder's choice. Same 2 teams wrap up the weekend series with a 9-inning nightcap coming up about 25 minutes after our first game concludes here. Taylor has out-hit Marian today 5-2, but Trojan pitchers have now given up 6 walks. Dowell, the starter for Marian, has allowed just 2 free passes here all day. Bases full, nobody out for the third baseman Tyler Vogel, who's 0 for 2 today. But is the difference right now scoring after reaching on an error his last time up. Fastball from Barkus popped a mile into the air to shallow center. Ruschi backpedaling. Reaches up and makes the catch. Bacon will thinking about trying to tag and score. Taggart will have the ball on the throw, bounce off his glove, backed up by Cowball on the first base line. And a 1-pitch pop out to shallow center and Ruschi. As Taylor reliever, 5th-year senior Clay Riggins, who's been himself in many a pitching situation, steps out of the dugout and gives a big ovation to Barkus, trying to will him forward. 1 out, bases still loaded. Here's Cordero, the left fielder. This one grooved to the gap, and it could be trouble. It's going to land at the bottom of the fence. Bacon was already back at third. He'll score easily. The relay throw comes in. 2 will come home. Lane fires into home. It's a 1-out, 2 RBI double for K.O. Cordero. And Marian tacks on their first crooked runs of the day here in the 5th. They lead 4-1 with 1 out and runners at second and third. Just the 3rd hit of the day by the Knights and the first one for Cordero. And their second one for extra bases, and all have led to runs. And Andrew Kennedy that will come in out of the pen to replace Barkus with 2 on and 1 out. And we'll introduce him when we come back here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Since opening in the late 1980s, the Maddox Family Dental Center has been focusing on providing the highest quality dental care for their patients. Children to adults can receive a full-service treatment to meet their dental needs. The Maddox Family Dental Center has 2 locations in Hartford City and Dunkirk and always welcomes new patients. The Maddox Family Dental Center, a proud corporate partner of Taylor University Athletics.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Cool.
6'2" right-hander Andrew Kennedy moves out of the DH spot and onto the hill for the Trojans after the RBI double from Caio Cordero has given Marian a 4-1 lead, their biggest lead of the series. They led by no more than 2 yesterday. They lead by the 3 spot here. First one from Kennedy to Skylar McCool, the DH, is in there for a strike. 3 straight walks by Barkas led the inning off, and then the double by Cordero scored Bacon and Jones as Marian leads by 3. Kennedy comes in to the lefty McCool, ball 1. McCool 0 for 1 today. Grounded out and was hit by a pitch. Andrew, the lowest ERA on the Trojan staff at .79. A 3-0 overall record, making his 8th appearance, all in relief. 9 strikeouts to 4 walks. Low and away, ball 2. At the beginning of the year, it looked like Andrew was mainly just going to DH this season and maybe play a little bit of first base. But as the year has gone on with some injuries to the staff, they've had to have him trot out onto the hill a couple more times than I think was originally scheduled at the beginning of the year. 2-1, that goes off the knob of the bat. Trying to get out of the way was McCool, and the count goes 2-2 on the foul ball. 1 out, 2 on, second and third, and now the Taylor infield will creep in. Shooter running for the catcher, Hickman at third, Cordero at second base. An out on the board and 2 in for Marian, leading now by 3. The 2-2 from Kennedy. Ground ball right side, pulled foul. Kennedy gets the sign from the catcher, Calball, and awaits the 2-2. Here it comes. Low and in. Good cover by Calball. 3-2. But now Ben slow to get back up as he moved to his right. Let's try to cover the bouncing ball. Taylor athletic trainer Casey Hackman comes out to check on the freshman catcher, Calball, along with the head coach, Kyle Gould. And good to see Ben sitting on his knees here, trying to catch his breath, as Hackman will dust some of the chewed up Goodyear tires away from the forehead of the freshman catcher. Jonathan Foster will walk out a cup of water and bring out a baseball to our home plate umpire as well. Four to 1, the Marian lead. 1 out, runners at second and third. They've only gotten 3 hits today, but 2 of those 3 hits have led to runs. The solo home run from Fisher in the second to get the scoring going for Marian, and then the 2 RBI double by Cordero and at bat to go. Ben will continue, looks to be good to go. And the count 3-2 to the DH McCool. Was hit by a pitch his last time up in the 4th. As now Kennedy and Calball have a discussion with our home plate umpire. I wonder what they're talking about. David George, our field umpire, chatting it up with Josh Lane at short. Rushi and Taggart will have their own conversation on the right side of the infield. And they'll give Kennedy a ball. Looks like they're going to give a couple warm-up tosses for Kennedy to get Cal ball back in the rhythm of things. Shooter the runner at third, and Cordero the man at second right now, with Marian on top 4-1, a 3-run advantage for the Knights. They try to even up the weekend series, dropping game one last night 13-9. They scored 9 unanswered runs after Taylor had scored the first 7 of the game to lead 9-7. Taylor came back to score 6 straight to close the game and went 13-9. And McCool steps in and awaits the payoff pitch from Kennedy. First base open, 1 out. 2 runs home for Marian here in the 5th. They lead by 3. Kennedy deals, swings, and misses McCool a mile in front of that one. A beautiful breaking ball by Kennedy, and there are 2 outs on the board for the Knights, and Henry Fisher stepping in. Just the 3rd strikeout by a Trojan pitcher today, and the first one since the starter Gongwer was on the hill. So here's Fisher, who's reached base safely twice today, batting for the 3rd time. Their leader in home runs goes after a breaking ball away. As Fisher wanted to hold the bat back, could not. Strike 1. His solo homer with 2 outs in the 2nd. He walked in the 4th his 2 times to the plate today. 2 on and 2 out in the 5th. They stand at 2nd and 3rd. Fastball low, covered up by Calbaugh. The count squares at a ball and a strike. Kennedy, the 6'2 righty, looks in out of the stretch. Comes home with the 1-1. That bounces another one in, 2-1. Taylor's looks like they have not been able to hit their marks today, like we saw a couple guys struggle with last night. McCool ahead 2-1. Or excuse me, Fisher ahead 2-1. With tape on each wrist and no batting gloves on either hand. 4th one, he'll send this one in the air to right, but it'll be tailing out of here foul for strike 2. An even count at 2-2 and 2 outs, 2 on in the 5th. Game 1 of the doubleheader scheduled to go 7 innings. Marian finds themselves now leading by 3. The 2-2 again from Kennedy. Inside breaking ball. Good eye from Fisher as that one dives low. And the count now full, 3-2. A 4-1 Marian lead. Taylor's out hit them today 5-3. First base open, the payoff pitch from Kennedy. And it'll be low and away for ball 4. 7th walk allowed by a Trojan pitcher today. The first one from Kennedy. And the bases go back to being full with 2 outs for the number 9 batter, Caleb Myers. Walks hurting Taylor today like they hurt them yesterday. They had the answer yesterday. They find themselves down by 3 here. As Myers tries to extend our top of the 5th with the bases full and 2 outs. And a fastball off target to the right for ball 1. As Dowell, the pitcher for Marian, jogs down to the bullpen to start to get loose. We have not seen him in a while with this elongated 5th inning. 2-0 as Kennedy misses away. Myers, the 8th batter of the inning here for the Knights. It started off with 3 straight walks to load him up, a pop out, the 2 RBI double by Cordero, and then a walk here by Fisher as loaded the bases back up with 2 outs. Myers goes around on the 2-0. First strike of his at-bat. No official at-bats for the second baseman this afternoon. Walked in the 2nd, then had the sac fly in the 4th to give Marian a 2-0 lead. They lead 4-1 right here in the 5th. 2-1, a smack shot to right field. Crawford going back at the warning track, and this one will land on the fence. This might clear the bases as Myers is in there at second, It'll be a 3 RBI double, and Marian has blown the game open. They lead 7-1 with 5 runs coming here in the 5th. And that one, a 3 RBI double from Myers in his first game of the weekend series. Back to the top of the order we go with Lopez. That's now 4 runs batted in by the second baseman Myers today. 2 outs with the shortstop Lopez. And a first pitch strike from Kendi. The 0-1. Stepping out and missing is Lopez, 0-2. He's 0 for 2 today, walked his first time up. The 0-2. And Lopez will go down on 3 strikes as he missed badly on the last 2. But a pair of RBI doubles, 2 from Cordero and 3 from Myers. A 5-run top of the 5th for Marian. They take their largest lead of the weekend series. They're up 7-1 as we head to the bottom of the 5th in game 1 of the 7-inning doubleheader here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
Connor Crawford will take the first pitch. He gets down the left field line, and it will drop in on the warning track. 1 pitch and a double for Connor Crawford. He's in there with his second extra base hit of the weekend series. A double for Crawford on his first hit of the day, and a good start to the bottom of the 5th after Taylor saw their deficit only grow to now 6 after 5 in the top of the 5th here for Marian. Sixth hit of the afternoon for Taylor. They have still out-hit Marian today, but they trail where it counts, down by 6, 7-1. Here's Nick Ruschi, the second baseman. And the lefty takes the first one from Dow low for a ball. We saw Dow there getting loose in the bullpen towards the end of the top of the 5th, as Marian put all 9 men to the plate there in that top half of this 5th inning. Ruschi ahead 1-0. And a good curveball by Dowell as Ruschi tried to bend in and make the strike zone a little bit smaller. Instead, it's called for strike 1. It's 1-1. Ruschi 1 for 1 today, singling in the first. He laid a sacrifice bunt down in the third. Third one tails away, 2-1. Crawford after the leadoff double, a big lead at second. Dowell the 2-1 home. Away ball 3. Seven to 1 the Marian lead. Taylor trying to get some late inning magic like they did yesterday. They trailed by 2 and ended up winning by 4. 3-1. Ruschi goes after it and lifts it foul. 3-2. It's been walks and then the 2 early double plays after leadoff singles for Taylor in the first and second would have plagued them here today. 3-2 to Ruschi as he chokes up and awaits the pitch from Dowell. A breaking ball missing. Bouncing away, Hickman keeps it in front. And the first 2 men on here down by 6 at first and second for Taggart. Just the third walk allowed by Dowell today. We saw him yesterday for just a third of an inning and 15 pitches. He gave up 2 hits and 2 runs yesterday. And also hit a batter. He's been much better here today. Pitch 1 to Taggart, goes after it, and Nathan pulls it foul to the left. Nathan 2 for 5 yesterday, 0 for 2 today with a strikeout, swinging and hitting to a double play his first time at the dish. Crawford at second after the leadoff double. Rushdie behind him at first after the walk. And the very next man at the plate. 6 hits for Taylor, 4 for Marian. As Taggart looks for his first hit here of the day. Taylor down 6, batting in the bottom of the 5th. This one popped up right side. Bacon hustling after it. Jones coming in from right. It will land in fair territory. Unable to make it as Myers, the second baseman. And everyone moves up a base, and the base is full for Taylor here with nobody out in the bottom of the 5th. That's the second time today that 3 Marian defensive players have hustled after a high pop fly, and none have been able to come up with it. Base is full for Bass. Taylor down 6 with nobody out, and the base is full in the 5th inning. This is the 3rd inning in a row Taylor has been able to get back-to-back men on. First spell on a fastball up high from Dowell for a strike. Bass was great yesterday, going 4 for 5. He's 1 for 2 today. Base is full for the power-hitting freshman. Inside pitch hit hard. He'll just pull it foul to the left of third base. A couple more inches to the right. That one might clear the bases potentially. Instead, Bass finds himself down in the count, 0-2 to Dowell. A single up the middle by Bass in the first. He's grounded out to Vogel at third base, his last time batting in the 3rd inning. Bases full of Trojans, nobody out. Taylor trying to battle back from a 6-run deficit here after Marian scored 5 in the top half of this 5th inning. Dowell out of the stretch, the 0-2 home. And Bass watch it bounce in. Hickman will have it bounce away from him. Not far enough to give Crawford a try at home. And there's a ball to Bass at the plate. Bass 6'2", 230-pound freshman. Best batting average for the Trojans as play starts today at .327. His classmates Crawford and Rushdie at 3rd and 2nd. The elder statesman, the senior Nathan Taggart, stands at 1st. 4th one from Dowell. Upstairs, a good eye from Bass, and the count levels up at 2-2. Wind blowing out towards right field, not as violent as it was yesterday. Temperatures nearing 60 on a sunny Saturday in Upland, Indiana. The 2-2. Bass will pop this one into the air. This one will not will not get out of the infield. Myers there at second to make the catch for out number 1. Base is still full for Wyatt Whitman, the center fielder. So Bass retired for the second at-bat in a row. He's 1 for 3 today. Bases remain juiced for Wyatt Whitman, the Taylor center fielder. Whitman 0 for 2. Crawford dancing off of third, trying to catch the eye of the pitcher Dowell. Whitman swings and misses at the breaking ball for strike 1. Wyatt 0 for 2. Was good yesterday, going 2 for 4 with a double. But 0 for 2 here with a strikeout and a flyout. Second one. It'll bounce in low, 2-1. Or 1-1, excuse me. Bases full of Trojans here in this bottom of the 5th. Game 1 of our doubleheader set to go 7 innings. So time dwindling for Taylor here, down 7-1. Third pitch from Dowell. Inside, Whitman will step out of the way, ball 2. Wyatt starts the day batting .246. He's slugging .392 with those 8 doubles, a triple, and 3 home runs. The 2-1 from Dowell away for ball 3. Now the Trojans a ball out of the zone away from getting their second run of the day and trimming their deficit down to 5. Sun comes out from behind the clouds, the 3-1. Hard hit left side, pulled foul by Whitman. Taylor has rolled over on a lot of balls today to the left side of the infield. just like we saw them do in the finale against Spring Arbor last Saturday here at Winterholder Field. 3 balls and 2 strikes, bases full and an out on the board with Whitman at the plate. Payoff from Dowell. And that's going to hit Whitman on the forearm. They're going to say that Whitman was swinging. Whitman arguing his case. Taylor head coach Kyle Gould coming down the third base side. Whitman really unhappy right now, saying that the ball had hit him on the right forearm. So that'd be his back arm. It looks like they're going to call a foul ball as they're saying Whitman was swinging, and that's what brought his arm into the path of that baseball. And so they will change the call now. So it'll be overturned, and it'll be a hit by pitch, and that'll bring in the second run of the day for Taylor. And now Maverick Bacon's father, Todd Bacon, the head coach, will come out to talk things over from the Marian dugout. And now our home plate umpire will have a discussion with his field umpire, his compadre, David George. So it was initially ruled a foul ball as Whitman, the ball hit him on his right forearm, and as a right-handed batter, that's his back arm. So the initial call was that he swung, and that's what made it a strike. And they confirm, and the call is confirmed. And a hit by pitch puts Whitman at first and drives home a run for the Trojans. They now trail by 5 here with still only 1 out and the bases full for Brett Lawson. First batter that Dowell has hit today. And Lawson, the third baseman, steps in. He's 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Taylor could really use a crooked number here in this 5th inning. A curveball from Dowell paints the outside corner for a called strike. They trail now 7-2, single runs in the 4th and 1 so far here in the 5th. And the base is full and 1 gone for the third baseman, Lawson. Fastball below the knees, missing there on the outside corner, 1-1. Brett a single back in the 2nd, and then grounded out to his counterpart Vogel at 3rd in the 4th. The 1-1. Curveball, Lawson watches it drop in there for strike number 2. The runners are Ruschi at 3rd, Taggart at 2nd, and Whitman at 1st. Lawson down in the count, 1-2. Dowell out of the stretch, the righty delivers home. That one an off-speed pitch to the outside corner, it's 2-2. Brett, third best batting average as play starts today. The one of 3 Trojans batting over 300. Brett at 308. 2-2 into the air and foul off to our right. They tried to tell the young lady to look out, and looks like she looked up at the last moment and let out a shriek. She seems to be okay. It's still 2-2 to Lawson at the plate. 1 out and the base is full. And Taylor now finds themselves down by 5 after the hit by pitch by Whitman drove in a run. A breaking ball low. Dowell misses again, and the count now full. With the pitcher Kennedy waiting on deck as Taylor tries to put together some momentum here in this 5th inning. Big lead for Taggart at 2nd. The payoff pitch. Lawson pulls it to our left on a breaking ball. It remains 3-2. Taylor got the first 3 men on. Base is full here. Still 3-2 after Lawson fouled off the 6th pitch. Here's the 7th. And Lawson will send this one into the air to center. Fisher going back. Still going back. He makes the catch for out number 2. That should be deep enough to score Ruschi from 3rd. He'll score standing up. The sac fly from Lawson makes it a 7-3 Taylor deficit. And Taggart will advance down to 3rd. Whitman stays over there at 1st. It'll be the pitcher Andrew Kennedy trying to come in and help out his own cause here. First men at the corners, with Kennedy batting for the 3rd time today. Dowell's next pitch will be his 81st here of the afternoon. Wind blows softly out towards right center field for the righty Andrew Kennedy. Dowell's first one, a curveball, is low on the outside part of the plate, ball one. Andrew hit into a double play in the second, singled and scored back in the fourth. First one missed. Second one hit hard to the left. It'll score Taggart from third. Whitman will dig around second. He will check up as Kennedy singles into left, his second hit of the day, and Taylor puts 3 runs up here in the fifth. And that'll bring the tying run to the plate in the form of Josh Lane with Taylor down 7-4. And a pinch runner coming in for Kennedy. It'll be the backup catcher Caleb Fox, number 20.
The shortstop, Josh Lane.
So Lane 1 for 2 today. Trying to get his second hit in a row. He's the tying run at the plate with Taylor now down 3. Dowell's curveball over the middle of the plate for a called strike. Lane doubled home Taylor's first run an inning ago. 2 on and 2 out. Curveball again, knee high for strike 2. We'll see if Dowell wants to go back to the curveball. He's thrown 2 to Lane. Both have been at strikes. The second one a little bit lower, knee high though. The 0-2. Fastball bouncing away, gets away from Hickman. That'll let Whitman advance easily to third, and Fox will follow him at second. And so runners in scoring position now, and Lane still down to the count 1-2 with 2 outs. But the speedy Whitman at third, and Fox with good wheels stands at second. We'll see if Lane can put a charge into this one. Taylor down 3. They've scored 3 back here in the fifth, trailing 7-4. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Lane, 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Dowell sets of the year and delivers. That one away. It's going to bounce from Hickman. He can't find it. Whitman already running. He'll slide in head first, and the Trojans now down 2 with Fox moving to third. Crafty base running by Whitman. He saw the ball bounce away, was going right as he saw it deflect away from Hickman. And he slides in head first, and now it's a 2-2 count to Josh Lane on the wild pitch. Lane will send this one to the gap. Fisher's not going to get to it. It's going to bounce at the track. Taylor down 1 as Lane produces his second straight RBI double and a big flex from the shortstop at second. He's the tying run at second base as Taylor has scored 5 here in the fifth, and they're right back into it down by 1. Nobody up in the Marian bullpen as they leave Dowell out there on the hill. So after Marian put 9 men to the plate in the top half of this inning, the Trojans put up 9 as well. It's Cowball with Lane the tying run at second base and 2 outs here in the fifth. And time is called for the pitcher Dowell, and now we get to see the second mound visit from pitching coach Mark Elder here this afternoon. A double by Crawford led the inning off, then back-to-back walks by Ruschi and Taggart loaded him up. Bass popped out to Myers at the infield. Then Whitman got hit by a pitch to bring home the first run. Lawson sac fly to center scored the second. Kennedy singled home the third run of the inning. And then Whitman and the pinch runner Fox, who came in to run for Kennedy, moved around from both Whitman eventually scoring thanks to back-to-back wild pitches from Dowell. Then Fox scores from third on the double from Josh Lane, who now stands out there at second base. Crawford comes out from the on-deck circle to have a chat with his classmate Cowball. The fifth-year senior Clay Riggins talking with the 15th-year mentor of the Taylor baseball team, Kyle Gould, over there on the third base side in front of the Taylor dugout. Mound meeting broken up as Lane has a conversation with Caleb Myers there at second base. Taylor's answered the 5 runs that Marian scored in the top half of this inning with 5 of their own. They are back down by 1 once again. First one from Dowell to Cowball. Try to hit it to the moon. He'll miss inside for a strike. Ben 0 for 1 today, walked in the third and struck out his last time up. He's got the tying run there at second base with the wind blowing out towards right center. Second one, off speed and low, 1-1. Taylor trying to bat around here in this fifth as they've been playing from behind all day. They've trailed 1-0, 2-0, and 7-1 as this inning started. Third one, way away. This time Hickman able to snag it as he had to go all the way to the opposite batter's box. 2-1 in favor of the catcher, Ben Calbaugh, a righty, against the right-handed throwing Chase Dowell, who just threw his 90th pitch. Now he's over 90 pitches on the day. The 2-1. Calbaugh, ground ball left side. Vogel at third will field. He'll toss it across to first, and picking it off the turf will be Bacon. Taylor will leave the tying run stranded at second, but they answer the 5 runs that Marian put up in the fifth with 5 of their own. And we're back to a one-run deficit. 7-6 Marian as we head to the sixth here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student-athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 6 different levels of membership for you to choose from. You can join for as low as $100, all the way up to the athletic director level for $1,500. Each level receives premiums, complimentary season tickets, as well as gifts from the athletic department. Members also receive special recognition during halftime of the annual Silent Night game. In recent years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics, like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-5311 or log on to athletics.taylor.edu and search Trojan Club. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University's student athletes.
A 7-6 game as Marian bats here in the top of the sixth. Maverick Bacon, first pitch, a bouncing ball to Ruscia at second, and off to first for 1 out. Marian scored 5 runs in the fifth. They put 9 men to the plate. Taylor scores 5 runs in their time at the plate in the fifth, also putting 9 men to the plate. Kennedy's first full inning of work here. He's got 1 out, and Caden Jones, the right fielder, steps in. The righty Kennedy comes into the lefty for a strike at the knees. Jones only 1 official at bat today, hit into a double play in the third. He's been hit by a pitch, and he walked in the fifth. Second one, pops it up. It'll go foul 0-2. As some folks cover their noggins, it's 0-2. Walks have been the big beneficiary and the big helper to Marian today. 7 free passes by Taylor pitching. 0-2 to Jones. Outside corner, freezing him at the knees. Jones unhappy as he spins away in frustration. There's out number 2 with nobody on here in the sixth, and Taylor still down 1. It'll be the catcher, Evan Hickman, tasked with extending our top half of the sixth inning. As activity begins in the Marian bullpen, Kennedy comes into the lefty for ball 1. 2 men up there in the bullpen, a lefty and a righty getting loose. And one of those is the ace, Matt Burleton for Marian. Second one bouncing away, 2-0 to the backstop. Burleton went 9 1/3 earlier this week for Marian in their loss in that game we talked about against Huntington, where the Foresters hit a walk-off grand slam only to be changed to a single because the young man who hit the home run passed the runners on the bases. But Burleton threw close to 130 pitches in that game. Hickman shows a bunt. Kennedy comes in with a fastball, missing inside to the lefty, 3-0. Unsure if we'd see Burleton this week because of the high workload on Tuesday, but he's down there getting loose along with a right-handed pitcher as well. Kennedy's changeup will make the outside corner for strike 1. It's 3-1 to the catcher, Evan Hickman. Here at the top of the sixth, and game 1 of our doubleheader scheduled to go 7. And Marian's lead back down to 1. 3-1, Hickman will pull it towards that bullpen, but he'll pull it foul over the chain link fence. It's a full count at 3-2. Kennedy ready, peers over the glove as Hickman steps into the box. Base is clear, 2 outs. Kennedy shakes off the first sign. He likes the second. The 3-2 comes home, and he fouls it away, does Hickman, just off the end of the bat to stay alive by a hair. Hickman yesterday 1 for 2 with an RBI and 2 walks. 0 for 2 today with a walk. The 3-2 again. Ground ball up the middle. Kennedy knocks it off of his glove. He'll get to it bare hand. Flip over to second, or to first, excuse me. And a much needed 1-2-3 top of the 6th. With Taylor coming up, trailing by 1, 7-6. They have coming up for them Crawford, Rucci, and Taggart on the Trojan Sports Network after this.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body. And its favorite place to be is home. Marian General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments, in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
So it will be the ace of the staff for Marian, the lefty Matt Burleton, coming in here in the 6th. Crawford will go after the first one, pops it a mile in the air, foul territory. Vogel coming in from third. He'll make the catch in the third base coach's box. And 1 pitch and 1 out, just like Marian started things off in the top of the 5th. As you mentioned, Burleton came in through 9 1/3 against Huntington on Tuesday before his reliever came in and gave up the walk-off grand slam that eventually got turned into a walk-off single because of some base running miscues. And the lefty Burleton deals in a curveball for a strike to Rucci for strike 1. Burleton on the year, a 1.57 ERA, a 4-1 overall record. Rucci swings and misses out a fastball. It's 0-2. Burleton making just his 2nd appearance in relief this season, his 11th overall. He's ahead on Rucci 0-2 as the freshman chokes up, and the senior lefty misses a fastball away. The former Crossroads League Pitcher of the Year, Matt Burleton. Opponents batting 163 off of him this season. That and the ERA number, top 20 in the country. The 1-2. Rucci slaps at it off the end of the bat. It'll go foul. Taggart waits on deck. Base is clear, 1 out. Taylor down by 1, 7-6 here in the bottom of the 6th, then game 1 of our double dip. Burleton readies the 1-2 into the windup. High and away, 2-2. The starter Dow went 5 innings, allowed 9 hits, 6 runs, with 5 earned and 3 walks. The 2-2. Ruschi again will foul it off to the left, and the count remains even. So 6 runs to Dow, only 5 of those were earned. 3 walks and 2 strikeouts on 97 pitches. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ruschi with an out. And Burleton will bounce in the 6th pitch. It'll be a full count at 3-2. Make it the 7th pitch, excuse me. Payoff pitch. Ruschi will foul tip it, not able to hold on to its Hickman, and Ruschi stays alive. 9th pitch of the at-bat upcoming here. Burleton into the windup, the lefty holding the glove high above his head. Ruschi grounds it to the right side. Myers is there at second, and he'll retire his second base counterpart at first. For out number 2 here in the bottom of the 6th, Taylor still down 1. They've out-hit Marian today 9-4, but trail again. They've trailed the entire way here today. And Nathan Taggart will step in and search that second hit of the afternoon. Marian retired in order in the top of the 6th. Taylor trying to avoid that fate here in the bottom of the 6th. And Burleton misses away for ball 1. Taggart singled and scored his last time up, his first hit here of the game so far. He will drive this one for hit number 2 to the corner. It'll be extra bases for Nathan Taggart. He's got his sights set on second. He'll be in there sliding head first just before the tag by Myers, and the tying run is there at second base in the form of Nathan Taggart. And Jonathan Foster will come in to pinch run for Taggart over there at second with Bass stepping in. Taylor's 10th hit of the day. Taggart now 2 for 4 here on the afternoon, and so the Trojans have the tying run standing at second base for the 2nd inning in a row.
Now batting, the left fielder, TJ Bass.
And Bass will dig in here. 1 for 3. The tying run stands at second, and the speedy Jonathan Foster, the man there for Taylor in purple. Fastball Burleton, outer half. Bass will take it the whole way for a called strike. Taylor stranded 5 runners today. They put 5 up in the 5th to answer the 5 runs by Marian in the top half of that inning. They find themselves down 7-6 here in the bottom of the 6th. Second one, opposite batter's box, bounces in 1-1. Clay Riggins now up in the Taylor bullpen to our left. Burleton, the ace of the staff, out of the stretch, the 1-1. High and away for ball 2 as Foster extends that lead at second base. Riggins, like Burleton, was the starting pitcher for his respective team on Tuesday. Did not go as long as Burleton did, however. Bass ahead 2-1. Foster with a big lead, and Bass will send this one to center, but it'll be right to where Fisher is standing. He didn't have to take very many steps to make the catch. For the 2nd inning in a row, Taylor leaves the tying run stranded at second base. We're to the top of the 7th of game 1 of our doubleheader, set to go 7. And Marian on top 7-6 on the Trojans Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
The Taylor University campus store, with their innovative textbook butler delivery service and name brand Taylor apparel and gifts, supports the Trojans year-round. The campus store, powered by Tree of Life Books, is a proud corporate partner of TU Athletics. It's easy to find something to show off someone's TU pride with 2 campus locations, one in the Dome and one in the campus center near the food court. The store is also open 24/7 at TaylorCampusStore.com.
Since opening in the late 1980s, the Maddox Family Dental Center has been focusing on providing the highest quality dental care for their patients. Children to adults can receive a full-service treatment to meet their dental needs. The Maddox Family Dental Center has 2 locations in Hartford City and Dunkirk and always welcomes new patients. The Maddox Family Dental Center, a proud corporate partner of Taylor University Athletics.
First pitch swinging by a pinch hitter, Matt Turk. Last night starting second baseman will foul it away here as he pinch hits for Tyler Vogel, leading off the top half of the 7th, and Marian leading by 1. Turk yesterday 0 for 2 before being replaced at second base by Ethan Stephen. Kennedy's second one, bouncing in there 1-1. A 7-6 Marian lead onto the back of just 4 hits today. They've got the solo home run, a 2 RBI double, and a 3 RBI double out of those 4 knocks today. Second one from Kennedy. Comes inside and it'll miss for ball 2. Turk batting .270 this season. 17 hits, 3 doubles, and 6 driven in for the lefty bat out of Speedway, Indiana. Swings and misses, 2-2 on the breaking ball. He replaces Vogel, pinch hitting here. He'll be followed by Cordero and McCool as Marian tries to get some insurance runs before we head to the bottom of the 7th. 2-2. Swings and misses. Fanning him was Kennedy, his 3rd strikeout since coming in relief for Barkis. And there's 1 out for Marian here in the top of the 7th. And remember, in Game 1 of these doubleheaders in the Crossroads League, Game 1 only scheduled to go 7 innings. 1 out for Caio Cordero, the left fielder. Thought about it. Ball, they appeal down to David George, and they'll say Cordero kept the bat back for ball number 1. Cordero's only hit today a big one, the 2 RBI double back in the 5th that really blew the game open for Marian. Second one from Kennedy as the sun comes out from behind the clouds and misses its target low and away, 2-0. Riggins was up in the bullpen. It looks like they were going to bring him in if Taylor was able to get the lead there in the bottom of the 6th. He has since gone back to the dugout. Kennedy finds the outside corner for strike 1. It's 2 balls and a strike. With 1 out and nobody on here at the top of the 7th, Marian clinging to a 1-run lead for the 2nd time today. 4th one to Cordero. Chopper left side. Lawson will cut in front of Lane. The third baseman throws on the run, and Ken Taggart hauls it in for out number 2. Two outs and nobody on for the DH, Skylar McCool. Which is just an awesome first and last name. Like, let's all be honest here, people. Skylar McCool, a fantastic name, period. First one from Kennedy away, a curveball for ball 1. McCool today in game 2, 0 for 2, was hit by a pitch for his only time to get on base safely back in the 4th. That one almost hit him on the hands. It's taken for a strike, 1-1. Third one from Kennedy. Bases clear and 2 outs, just narrowly missing, and it's 2-1. McCool came into the day batting .429, was 2 for 3 last night, 0 for 1 here today. And Kennedy's fastball low. It's now 3-1 in the turf. 6 straight outs recorded in a row by Kennedy. He got a 1-2-3 there in the 6th. He sat the first 2 men down here, but in some trouble now, trailing McCool 3-1. The 5th pitch. McCool will line it. Knocked on the hop by Taggart. He'll hustle to first. And a 1-2-3 top of the 7th. Back-to-back 1-2-3 innings by Kennedy. The Trojans come up for the final time at the plate here in game 1 with a chance to win it, down by 1. They'll send up Whitman, Lawson, and Kennedy. Down 7-6 as we head to the 7th. Taylor trying to take the first 2 games of the series here against Marian. This is Taylor Baseball on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree. and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Since opening in the late 1980s, the Maddox Family Dental Center has been focusing on providing the highest quality dental care for their patients. Children to adults can receive a full-service treatment to meet their dental needs. The Maddox Family Dental Center has 2 locations in Hartford City and Dunkirk and always welcomes new patients. The Maddox Family Dental Center, a proud corporate partner of Taylor University Athletics.
A new left fielder in for Marian for the second inning in a row. It's Jonathan LaGuire as he replaces Alan Augustus in the field after Cordero came into bat here in the top of the 7th. Wyatt Whitman leads it off in the bottom half of the final inning in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Taylor down 7-6. Burleton's second full inning of work since coming out of the pen. His first pitch was a ball. The second one is fouled off by Whitman. Wyatt 0 for 2 today. Takes a third one, a change-up low, 2-1. Wyatt hit by a pitch his last time up. Drove in the first run of that 5-run 5th inning for TU. Will golf this one out of play to the right, and now he's down, and the count evens up 2-2. Wyatt, Lawson, and Kennedy coming up for Taylor here in the bottom of the 7th. Hopes of a walk-off win here. 2-2 from Burleton. Wyatt will send this one to deep right field. Jones going back, still trying to find it, and he does, reaching up and making the catch. A couple steps in front of the warning track in right field. One gone for Taylor here in the 7th, still down 1. A good charge put in that one by Whitman, just not enough juice on it, as Jones able to get back there in time and make the catch for out number 1. Here's Lawson, the Taylor third baseman. Taylor down by a run with 1 gone here in the last inning. A curveball paints the outside corner. Fantastically done by Burleton for a strike. Senior out of Indianapolis, a graduate of Lawrence Central High School. The 0-1. A fastball low makes it 1-1. Lawrence Central High School, the same high school that produced Virginia star from the NCAA tournament, Kyle Guy, as the Cavaliers won the NCAA national title earlier this week. 1-1 to Lawson. Base is clear, 1 out. He swings and misses, and the count now goes to 1-2. Taylor's trailed the entire day today. 1-0, 2-0, 2-1, 7-1, and now 7-6. They've out-hit Marian 10-4, but walks have helped the Marian bats out immensely. Ground ball to the right side. Myers, a backhand stop at second, tossing to first, and the Trojans are down to their last out here in the final inning of Game 1 of our doubleheader. That'll be the pitcher, Andrew Kennedy, who's one of only 2 Trojans with multiple hits here in Game 1 so far. Taylor down 1, down to their last out here in the bottom of the 7th. Lefty Burleton against the right-handed swinging Kennedy, and Burleton's fastball is off its mark for ball 1. Andrew, after hitting into a double play his first time up, has singled and scored his last 2 times at the plate in the 4th and the 5th. He'll swing and miss the second one here. The count goes to 1-1. 7-6 the Marian lead. Taylor with 10 hits on the afternoon. They've stranded 6 runners, same that Marian has. The third one from Burleton. Off the end of the bat, and Kennedy and Taylor are down to their last strike here in Game 1 of the doubleheader. A ball and 2 strikes. Taylor down 7-6. Bases clear, 2 outs. Burleton into the windup. The pitch, upstairs, 2-2. Burleton tried to entice Kennedy to swing at one up high. Andrew would not bite. The 2-2 to Kennedy. Pops it up to the left side of the park. Lopez, people coming in, And LaGuire, the new left fielder, makes the catch as Marian wins Game 1 today of the doubleheader 7-6. They even the series to the game apiece. Game 2 coming up of the doubleheader. Game 3 of the series coming up here in about 25 minutes here on the Trojan Sports Network. Here we go, game number 2 of the doubleheader today, game 3 of the series. Skylar McCool will get to play in the field here in the final game of the weekend series. He moves from that DH spot where he's been in the first 2 games of the series. He'll be the second baseman here in game 2 of the day and game 3 overall. Justin Pettit, the starter for the Trojans. He deals in a strike, and we're underway here for game 2. Marian won game 1 7-6, leading the whole way, and Taylor made things interesting in the last couple of innings. Pettit goes ahead 0-2 here. Justin starting his 9th game of the year, his 12th appearance overall. He has a 2-0 record and a 3.63 ERA. The power-throwing righty out of the stretch comes in. That'll hit McCool on the right hip, and after going ahead 0-2, it'll be a hit-by-pitch to start things off here for the Knights of Marian here in the top half of the first in game 2 of the day. And courtesy running for McCool over there at first will be Ethan Steven, number 3. We saw Steven come in late yesterday and play the last half of the opener of the series. Came in and played second base. The Trojans dealed 7 walks in game number 1. There's a ground ball up the middle. Could be 2. Rushi backhand, flip to second, over to first, and that's going to be a 4-6-3 double play as Rushi and Lane and now Taggart at first. Those middle infielders turn another gem of a double play, and there are quickly 2 outs here in the first on a 4-6-3 double play. Third double play that Taylor has spun here in this series, and now will be the shortstop Leo Lopez, batting out of his normal number 3 spot in the order after batting leadoff in game 1 earlier today. Pettit's curveball away for ball 1. The defense behind Pettit here in game 2, Bass in left, Whitman in center, Crawford in right, Lawson at third, Lane at short, Rushi at second, Taggart at first, and Calball behind the plate. Same defense we saw in the first 2 games of this weekend set. And Pettit's in there for a 1-1 counts on the second pitch being a strike. 2 outs, bases clear after the 4-6-3 double play. Curveball low, good eye from Lopez, 2-1. Lopez was 0 for 3 in game 1 with a walk after going 4 for 6 in the opener of the series last night. Fourth one from Pettit to Lopez. Steps out and makes contact, fouling it out to the right. 2 balls and 2 strikes with the bases clear and 2 outs here in the top of the first. Marian led the whole way in game 1 earlier today, winning 7-6, scratching out just 4 hits, but the beneficiary of 7 walks and 9 hit by pitches by the Taylor pitchers. The 2-2 to Lopez. Where's number 2? Drives it to center. Whitman going back, still racing backwards. And he'll make a backpedaling catch just in front of the warning track. 3 batters to the plate, and all sat down thanks to a double play by the Trojans. We head to the bottom of the first, no score here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body. And its favorite place to be is home. Marian General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Nick Ruschi leads things off for Taylor here. Ethan Stephen will stay in and take the place of McCool at second base after he was hit by a pitch in the top half of our first inning. Ruschi got the count to 1-1. He'll be followed by Taggart and Bass. Then it'll go Whitman, Lawson, Kennedy, Lane, Crawford, and Cowball. A double play turned by the Trojans in the top of the first keeps runners off the board. And Ruschi will watch the second one drop in low, 2-1. The starting pitcher for Marian here in Game 2 of the day is Tanner Simpson. A .326 average, a 3-3 overall record, appearing in his ninth game, starting his eighth. Ruschi fouls off the fourth one. It is a 2-2 count. Simpson has limited opponents to a .295 average this year. 29 strikeouts to 12 walks. 2-2 low in the count full to the leadoff man, Ruschi. With no score as Taylor tries to win the series after Marian won Game 1 earlier today, Game 2 of the series, 7-6. Payoff to Ruschi as he chokes up. A dribbler right side coming in as Steven. Fields at the shoe tops, throws to first and Bacon for out number 1. The defense behind Simpson today, Cordero in left, Fisher in center, Jones in right. That's the same outfield we've seen in the first 2 games of the series. Vogel at third, same there. Lopez at second, same there. Steven came in to finish the game yesterday at second for Marian. Bacon at first. And Bailey Adams is behind the plate for the first time here on the weekend set. 1 out, base is clear for Nathan Taggart, the Taylor first baseman. And it's ball 1 upstairs. Nathan 2 for 4 with a double in Game 1, also scored once. And the second pitch will hit the outside corner for strike number 1. 10th game back for injury from Taggart today. Thought about swinging at the third one he gets inside for ball number 2. Taggart's gotten a hit in every game of this series. Had a grand slam and a solo homer yesterday. And now he's ahead 3-1 with 1 out and the bases empty here in the bottom of the first. Taylor now 8-9 in Crossroads League play, 3-1 away, ball 4. And a 1-out walk puts Taggart safely over at first. Taylor came into the day a half game back of the tie for 4th, a game and a half back of this Marian team, who sits in 3rd place right now, and 2 games back of 2nd. So the Trojans will try to get some more ground here before they go back to Bethel to finish up the series with a doubleheader on Tuesday, and then the weekend set next Friday and Saturday here against cross-county foe Indiana Wesleyan. First one, a ball away to Bass. TJ 1 for 4 in Game 1 earlier today. Hard hit right to the shortstop Lopez. It'll bounce away from him and bounce into left field. Taggart will round second. He'll check up there. Then fumbling with it is Fisher. Taggart's got to leg it out to third, but a great throw from Fisher, and they throw Taggart out as he tried to stretch it over to third base. 2 outs for Taylor as Bass is safely over there at first, but 2 gone as Taggart tried to stretch it out and get 90 feet away from being our first run of the afternoon. So it'll go down as an error, an E6 on the shortstop Lopez. And the first pitch from Simpson is low, the lefty missing ball 1 to Wyatt Whitman, the center fielder. Wyatt 0 for 3 in Game 1 with an RBI after he got hit by a pitch with the bases full. Second one lays off upstairs, 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Bass over at first after the fielding error by Lopez at short as it ricocheted off of his glove on a hop. Third one. Whitman takes a little blooper left side. It'll go over Vogel's head, but Lopez flies in behind him and make a running catch, and Taylor will strand Bass at first. We're through 1 here in the second game of the doubleheader and scoreless on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greeks' specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greeks' Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greeks Pizzeria, it's our taste.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
First pitch fouled off to the left by the right fielder, Caden Jones, and our top of the second is underway. No score and no hits aside through one inning of play here in game 2 of our doubleheader. Pettit out on the hill again, and he leaves that one upstairs, 1-1. Pettit, one of the top success stories from the JV program, started as a JV pitcher his freshman year, worked up as one of the Trojans' top relievers a year ago as a sophomore, now has been a fixture in the starting rotation here as a junior. Third one to Jones. He'll be in front of this one and pull it foul. A ball and 2 strikes to the right fielder, Jones. Jones, a 6-foot sophomore out of Crawfordsville, Indiana. He's down on the count 1-2 here as he leads off the second. This one sent towards Whitman in the right center field gap. A good jump, but he won't be able to get to it as it lands on the warning track. Whitman comes up throwing. Jones trying to stretch it into a doubles, and he slides in safe. First hit of the day here for Marian. And they've got a runner in scoring position with a double by Jones. He was 0 for 2 in game number 1. That's just his second hit of the series after going 1 for 5 last night. And they're actually going to take the error away from Lopez and so give Bass a single from an inning ago. Leadoff man on here for Marian and their center fielder, Caio Cordero. Pitch 1, low, ball 1. Cordero good in game 1, 1 for 3. With a 2 RBI double that broke the game open for Marian as they scored 5 in the top of the 5th before Taylor came back with 5 of their own in the bottom half of that inning to trail 7-6, but they ran out of time in that 7-inning game number 1. Pitch 2 to Cordero, low for ball 2. Pettit readies. Jones at second after the leadoff double. 2 balls, no strikes to Cordero. And the third one makes it strike number 1 to Cordero's disagreement. Cordero batting .273, playing in his 13th game, starting his 8th here in 2019. Jones lunging out there at second. Fourth one, curveball, dropped in again, 2-2. And again, Cordero disagrees with the strike call from home plate umpire David George. No outs, leadoff man at second after the double, or scoreless in the top of the second. Pettit sets and delivers. A breaking ball that Cordero swings and misses. He had gone ahead 2-0, then 3 straight strikes capped off by a swing and a miss. Gives Pettit his first strikeout of the day, and there's 1 out here in the second for Marian. And And the DH, Evan Hickman, who had been the starting catcher in the first 2 games of the series, last night and the opener today. So he gets a break as the DH here on the nightcap of the doubleheader. Jones a big lead at second. Pettit's curveball high and away from Hickman for ball number 1. Hickman in game 1, 0 for 3 with a walk. So he's 1 for 5 here in the series when you factor in his performance last night in game 1. A ball from Pettit. This one swung on and fouled to the left, 1-1. Henry Fisher waits on deck for Marian. They are scoreless right now, but their first hit of the day stands at second base with the leadoff double thanks to Caden Jones. Hickman batting .301 this season. One of 4 Marian bats, make it 3 Marian bats. Batting over 300 for those that qualify in a batting average ranking. You've got Olenek, who bats .333, and McCool at .429, but they don't have the at-bats or the games played to count for a ranking. Third one from Pettit outside the zone. It's 2-1 to the DH Hickman with that long brown hair sticking out of the back of his gray helmet. A deep drive to center to the deepest part of the park. Whitman will stand and watch it land on top of the building behind center field. A 400-foot home run easily for Evan Hickman. And another home run gives Marian their first runs of the game. That's the 3rd game in a row. Every game in this series, a home run has been the first runs of the night for Marian. Leo Lopez, a 3-run homer last night. The solo shot from Fisher earlier today. And now Hickman drives one to the deepest part of the Winterholder Field area. It's a 2-run homer, and Marian leads 2-0 with 1 gone here in the second. For Hickman, that's his 2nd home run of the year. And now Pettit will do battle here with Evan Fisher, or Henry Fisher, excuse me. Pettit's fastball outside corner for a strike. Fisher, as we mentioned, had the solo home run to get Marian on the board in the 2nd inning of game number 1 earlier today. Second one, breaking ball, outside half, strike number 2. As Fisher looks at the end of his dugout for some reassurance. Fisher's only hit was that solo blast. He also came around to score a 2nd run as well. Sits on a curveball here, almost called for strike 3. It's ball 1 as Fisher shakes his head. Fisher, 6'3" senior out of Fowler, Indiana. Started the day batting .264. 4th one from Pettit. Fastball low on the turf, 2-2. A 2-0 lead here by the Marian Knights on their first 2 hits of the day. A double by Jones to lead it off and a home run by Hickman to drive him in. 2-2 backdoor curveball. Fisher will step out of the way and the count has gone full. Some very thin clouds overhead, but still kind of chilly down there with the wind now blowing out towards the right field foul pole. Base is empty, 1 out, the 3-2 to Fisher. Will chop it left side. Coming in is Lawson from third. Will field and bullet one to first for out number 2 here in the top of the 2nd inning, with Marian now on top by a 2 spot.
Now batting, the 3rd baseman, Tyler Vogel.
Pettit deals exclusively out of the stretch. 2 outs and the base is clear. And it's strike 1 to Tyler Vogel, the big 3rd baseman. 6 feet 5 inches tall as he faces off against his former high school teammate, Justin Pettit. Vogel a year younger than Pettit, but both are from North Vernon, Indiana, and both the graduates of Jennings County High School. 1-1 to Vogel. 3rd one. Down the middle, but upstairs for ball number 2. Vogel in game number 1, 0 for 3 with a run scored, and he also struck out once. Fourth one from his high school buddy Pettit. A liner into right. Crawford backing up. He'll reach up and make the catch for the third out of the inning, but a 2-run home run sent over the center field fence, landing on the police building by Evan Hickman, has given Marian a 2-0 lead through an inning and a half on the Trojan Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 6 different levels of membership for you to choose from. You can join for as low as $100 all the way up to the athletic director level for $1,500. Each level receives premiums, complimentary season tickets, as well as gifts from the athletic department. Members also receive special recognition during halftime of the annual Silent Night game. In recent years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics, like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-5311 or log on to athletics.taylor.edu and search Trojan Club. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University's student athletes.
(2-0) Marian lead as Taylor bats here in the bottom of the second. Brett Lawson will lead it off. He'll foul the first one to the end of the Taylor dugout for strike one. Lawson, Kennedy, and Lane, the 3 due up for Taylor. They've got 1 hit on the day. They trailed 2-0 after the DH Evan Hickman's home run in the top half of this inning. Curveball missing away by Simpson for ball 1. Third one to Lawson. Fastball in the opposite batter's box, 2-1. Brett 1 for 3 with an RBI in game 1 as Taylor fell by a final of 7-6 to even the season series at a game apiece. And now Lawson goes ahead 3-1. Brett's collected a hit in both games of our series with Marian here so far. The 3-1, and now he's on with a leadoff walk to start things off in the second. 2 walks by Simpson here in the first 2 innings on the hill. This will bring in Andrew Kennedy, the DH, who was really strong pitching for Taylor late in the game in game number 1.
The designated hitter, Andrew Kennedy.
Simpson, the lefty out of the stretch, first time today. Kennedy goes after the first one and foul it off just like Lawson did a batter before him. Andrew 2 for 4 with an RBI in game number 1. Swings and misses at the second one here. Now he's down 0-2. So Andrew with 3 hits in the series, going 1 for 3 last night. But he's down 0-2 here. Lawson standing at first after the leadoff walk. A fastball up high from Simpson, and Kennedy takes for ball number 1. Andrew batting .215 when play started today. The 1-2. They get Kennedy to pop it up, but it'll tail out of here foul off to our right. Still 1-2. With Taylor down 2-0 here against Marian. Quick delivery from Simpson, the lefty up high, 2-2. Kennedy a couple big hits last night with a 2 RBI single to increase the Taylor lead up to 3 last evening. 2-2 with Lawson at first and away for ball 3. An 0-2 start by Simpson is now evaporated, and the count is full with nobody out. A runner at first, and Kennedy the tying run at the plate here early on in the second. The payoff from Simpson. Kennedy will be called for a strikeout right at the top of the letters in the uppermost part of the zone. First strikeout for Simpson. And one out, and that'll bring up the shortstop, Josh Lane. Simpson had been flirting with the upper part of the strike zone and missed on a couple different pitches. And he finally gets one to go there as it's a punch out for his first strikeout of the day. And here's the shortstop, Lane. A curveball down the middle he takes for a strike. Lane 2 for 3 with 2 doubles and 2 runs batted in game number 1, bouncing back from an 0 for 5 performance last night. Lawson steps back on to first as Simpson fires one over in his direction. So good bounce back from Lane, batting out of the 7th spot again in the order here for game 2. He'll give this one a ride to left field, and Josh Lane ties the game with his 3rd career home run, and we're even at 2 here in the bottom of the 2nd. Lane had never hit a home run until the last 3 weeks, and now he's got 3 of them. His 2nd home run this week, and we're all knotted at 2 with 1 gone in the 2nd inning. And that, kids, is what we call a no-doubter. As everyone ignores Josh Lane outside the dugout, and he'll probably get mobbed inside the dugout to our left.
Now batting, right fielder, Crawford.
And now here comes Connor Crawford as the Trojans have tied our game at 2. They follow the Hickman home run with a blast here by the shortstop, Josh Lane. Crawford pulls this one up the third base side, foul. A ball and a strike to Crawford, who drove in a couple runs for Taylor last night, 2 of them to be exact. He also had the game-tying knock last evening. 3rd one, good one from Simpson, low in the zone for 1 and 2. Crawford 1 for 2 in game 1 with a double. So he's got an extra base hit in the last 2 games. Has really come on here as of late for Taylor. A bouncer up the middle to Lopez at short. He'll field at the chest, set his feet almost. Looked like he might have lost his footing as he fired one to Bacon at first. But good bounce there by the big fellow Lopez. 2 outs for Ben Cowball, the catcher, batting out of the 9 spot here in game 2.
Catcher, Ben Cowball.
So Cowball batting out of the 9 spot as Crawford moves up to bat out of the 8 spot here on the finale today. Cowball fouls the first one back off the mask of Adams. It's strike 1. Ben in game 1, 0 for 2 with a walk. Just 1 for 5 last night against Marian. Curveball nicely thrown by Simpson. Hits the inside half, strike number 2. 2 outs, base is empty. Our game tied at 2 after the Lane 2-run home run. As they've gone to go retrieve the ball for Lane. Freezing Cowball on the outside corner is Simpson, his 2nd strikeout of the day. But the Trojans answer the Hickman 2-run home run with a 2-run home run of their own. And after 2, we're deadlocked at 2 on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
First game of the series for the catcher Bailey Adams as he leads off the top of the third for Marian. Game dead even at 2 after a pair of 2-run home runs. Pettit's curveball in there for a strike as he spits something out of his mouth for strike 1 to Adams. Hickman's 2-run blast in the second put Marian on top. Then Lane followed in the home half to tie the game at 2. Curveball from Pettit again, and it freezes Adams for the second time. It's 0-2. Adams, a 6'3 junior from Crawfordsville, Indiana, and North Montgomery High School. 2 curveballs. Let's go to a fastball this time, and Adams will line it up and foul it out of play to the right. And it sounds like that hit somebody's car. Nobody here because no one's rushing and crying and trying to figure out where the nearest auto body shop is. 0-2 to Adams, the catcher. A right-handed bat here for the Knights of Marian as he chokes up just a little bit. Fastball away, 1-2. Adams batting .207 this season with 17 hits and a pair of doubles. Fifth one from Pettit. Misses inside, 2-2, and that one might have hit our home plate umpire, David George, and I think that it did. As that one bounces in from Pettit, Calabal was unable to get in there to block it. We'll take a break as they take a look at the home plate umpire, David George.
Since opening in the late 1980s, the Maddox Family Dental Center has been focusing on providing the highest quality dental care for their patients. Children to adults can receive a full-service treatment to meet their dental needs. The Maddox Family Dental Center has 2 locations in Hartford City and Dunkirk and always welcomes new patients. The Maddox Family Dental Center, a proud corporate partner of Taylor University Athletics.
The Taylor University campus store, with their innovative textbook butler delivery service and name brand Taylor apparel and gifts, supports the Trojans year-round. The campus store, powered by Tree of Life Books, is a proud corporate partner of TU Athletics. It's easy to find something to show off someone's TU pride with 2 campus locations, one in the Dome and one in the campus center near the food court. The store is also open 24/7 at TaylorCampusStore.com.
The decision you're making is about so much more than where you'll spend the next 4 years. It's about how you'll live the next 40. So let me break down the Taylor University experience. We integrate faith and learning to become well-rounded, lifelong learners, while delivering a deeper knowledge of our specific areas of study. Whether you're producing award-winning films, building satellites for NASA, or preparing for a national ethics debate, Taylor will push you to excel in your field. But excellence isn't always about having the right answers. Sometimes it's about asking the right questions. Taylor is interdenominational. That means we can't always fall back on specific church doctrine to settle issues. We rely on scripture and the dynamic nature of iron sharpening iron to better know the God who's not afraid of our question. Much of this happens in the small town of Upland, Indiana, the place where Taylor does life together. But don't let this small town fool you. The schedule is packed with things to do, and through these activities, faculty, staff, and students become more than individuals occupying the same address. They become a community. But this community isn't limited to the campus. We travel, boy do we travel. We are ranked as one of the top 10 schools in the country for overseas experiences. But it isn't just about the going. It's about the sharing of those experiences and being challenged by those who come to Upland as their international experience. Taylor is one of a few Christian colleges that expects all students to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. Now, this doesn't mean Taylor is a Christian Disneyland, full of cardboard cutout perfection. Taylor is full of real people with real problems, and living together can get kind of messy. But in that mess, we take Jesus' call from John 13 seriously. We practice picking up our towel and dealing with the mess in each other's lives. We're not here just to follow the rules for 4 years. Instead, we hope to learn to live authentic lives, calling each other to lives of meaning. Every day, our focus remains on the 40, not just the 4. We'd love to show you more about Taylor. Come visit. Sit in on a class, go to chapel, spend a night in a residence hall. Experience the difference for yourself.
Good to see David George, our home plate umpire, back up onto his feet. We're ready to get things back going again here with Bailey Adams as he leads off the top of the third for Marian in a 2-2 game. The 2-2 from Pettit. A curveball will be hit high and hard to left, but Bass will come in, and he makes the catch in deep left for out number 1. That sounds like somebody's meeting somebody's parents for the first time down below us. That crowd microphone's really good, kids. We tell everybody that works with us, if you don't want to be on the crowd mic, we tell you to sit to the first base side of the stands. It doesn't sound like people have gotten our memo. We've sent the memo campus-wide amongst all the right channels, but so we're going to try to talk over that first meeting of the parental units down below us. Here's Ethan Steven, the second baseman, a senior out of Greenwood, Indiana. He bats for the first time today. He pops the first one up to the infield. His counterpart, Nick Rucci, shades the sun from his eyes with his glove. He comes forward and makes the catch for out number 1. Maybe we should start hanging a sign on the patio next to the press box that says, "Do not stand underneath here," because there's a microphone here. Kind of like the baseball version of mistletoe. That's what we should do. We should just get a giant sign and just point with a big red arrow. Here's Maverick Bacon with 2 outs and the base is empty. Pettit low and in for ball number 1. 2-2 game, each team with 2 hits. And both runs coming home on 2-run blasts. Pettit's curveball nicks the outside corner, 1-1. Bacon grounded into a 4-6-3 double play his first time up. Back there in the first inning. 1-1. Fastball bouncing in from Pettit. Everyone okay this time. Cowball knocks it down. David George, the home plate umpire, standing strong behind home plate. 2 balls and a strike to Bacon. Top of the third. Taylor won the opener of the series last night. Marian won the opener of the doubleheader here earlier today, 7-6. Fourth one to Bacon, the lefty. Watches the fastball fire in low, 3-1. Bacon 1 for 3 in game number 1 earlier today. Was a great 3 for 5 last night. The 3-1. Hard hit right side. That'll be his first hit of the day, bouncing into the right field corner. Crawford is there. Bacon will jog and round first. A 2-out single for Bacon, the first baseman for Marian. If they got a man on here with 2 gone, and it brings up the shortstop, Leo Lopez. Lopez flew out to Whitman in center to end the first inning, his first time up. He comes up here with a runner on first and 2 gone in the third. Fastball up top from Pettit, ball 1. Lopez batted as the leadoff man in game number 1 earlier today, going 0 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout. Second one from Pettit, curveball, missing high again, 2-0. So fastball high and a curveball high. And it's 2-0 to the power-hitting Leo Lopez, the senior shortstop from Frankfort, Indiana. high school mascot, the Frankfurt Hot Dogs. A fantastic logo if you can find it on the internet as well, as Lopez will send it high out of play, 2-1. 2 outs with Bacon at first after his 2-out single. 2-2 game as Maverick Bacon and his Marian teammates bat here in the top of the third. The 2-1. Curveball, belt high for a strike. That's one of Pettit's best pitches, and he's a strike away from getting Taylor out of the inning here in the top of the third with the game still even at 2 apiece. The 5th one. Backdoor breaking ball. Lopez will back out of the way, and the count has gone full. Caden Jones waits on deck, the right fielder who doubled to start the inning off an inning ago. Big lead from Bacon at first. He heads down to second. This one chopped to the left side. There's Lane at short. Fires one high. Taggart reaches into the sky and pulls it down. And there's a runner stranded in the top of the third for Marian. We're tied at 2 after this on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965 when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Top of the order up for the Trojans here in the bottom of the third as the game with Marian dead even at 2 apiece. Thanks to home runs, 2-run shots by Hickman, the DH for Marian, and a 2-run shot from the shortstop, Josh Lane. Lefty versus lefty here, and Simpson bounces in the first one to the Trojans' second baseman, Nick Ruschi, for ball 1. Nick 0 for 1 here in game 2, grounded out his first time up to his second base counterpart, Ethan Stephen, excuse me. 2-0 to Ruschi. Nick 1 for 2 in game 1 with a walk and a run scored. And now he's gone ahead 3-0 as Taylor tries to take their first lead here on a Saturday afternoon. They trailed the whole way in game number 1, came up a run short. They trailed 2-0. They've tied the game at 2 here, and Ruschi will get on with a leadoff walk, second inning in a row. The Trojans have gotten a leadoff walk. We'll see what the Trojans can do with it. That leadoff walk came around to score in the third. It's a 4-pitch walk to Ruschi here. He's on for the first time in game 2. First one to Taggart. A fastball at the knees, outside corner for strike 1. Nathan walked his first time up here in game 2, then was thrown out trying to stretch it from second to third. On the single by the man after him, and he's going to just golf this one to left. No worries about that. He can easily coast into second. Here's Ruschi digging. He'll stand up there second base. Taggart with a double. Great start to the bottom of the third for the Trojans. Third extra base hit for Taggart of the series. And Taylor's got runners at second and third for the aforementioned TJ Bass. Make it his 4th extra base hit for Taggart here in the weekend set with a double in the opener earlier today. Third hit of the day for the Trojans. Here's TJ Bass with the game tied at 2, nobody out in the third. Wind blowing in from left field for the right-handed hitting Bass. He sits back on the first one, watches Simpson fly it in high for a ball. TJ 1 for 1 today, grounded a single past Lopez at short. Big lead for Taggart at second. Bouncing away from Adams. Ruscia's going to try to score from third. He'll do so standing up on the wild pitch by Simpson. And Taylor takes their first lead here on a Saturday afternoon. They lead 3-2 here in the third with nobody out, and Taggart moving down to third. Two 2-0 to Bass at the plate, still nobody out. Simpson out of the stretch, inside, hits the inside corner to the crowding righty Bass, strike one. Bass 6'2", 230 pounds. 1 for 4 in game one earlier today, 1 for 1 in game two. This one a high, towering drive to right field. Backing up and not able to make the catch as Jones is going to die on the warning track. Taggart will coast in from third. Here's Bass with his first career triple as he goes opposite way, and he comes up pulling up just a little bit lame here at third base. An RBI triple for Bass as Jones leapt into the air with his back to the ball, and he fell down, and the ball just rolled on the warning track. That gave Bass the extra time that he needed to get into third base, but then comes up lame right before he got to the third base bag. 4-2 the Taylor lead on the Bass RBI triple, and the Casey Hackman and the athletic training staff out there taking a look at the freshman slugger. And Bass is going to check out of the game here as he walks to the end of the dugout, really upset here. And Christian McGill will come in here, it sounds like, for TJ Bass to run at third. So Taylor leads 4-2 as Wyatt Whitman will bat here, but a somber tone comes over Winterholder Field with Bass pulling up lame right when he gets to third base after his triple to right field going opposite way. Nobody out for the Trojans here in the second. They lead 4-2. Simpson missing the outside corner. His curveball is ball one to Wyatt Whitman. Wyatt popped out to the shortstop Lopez. His only time up today. Hard hit left side. It'll go off the heel of Vogel's hand and bounce into left field. McGill scores easily from third. Whitman on for the first time today, and it's a 3-run bottom of the third so far with still nobody out, and Taylor leads 5-2. It'll go down as an E5 against Vogel.
Third baseman, Brett Lawson.
And a 5-2 Taylor lead. And Brett Lawson stepping in. He is yet to be retired. He scored on the lane home run an inning ago after a leadoff walk. Simpson over to first, and stepping back is Whitman. White a capable base stealer. He's 8 for 10 this season. First one from Simpson. Inside, Lawson will scoot back. It's 1-0. Brett, an avid fisherman, caught a 7-pound bass earlier this week. And a quick hook here for the starter, Simpson, as the reliever will come in. A left-hander for Marian. We'll introduce you to him when we come back. I think it's number 25, Josh Sample.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body. And its favorite place to be is home. Marian General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
The Taylor University campus store, with their innovative textbook butler delivery service and name brand Taylor apparel and gifts, supports the Trojans year-round. The campus store, powered by Tree of Life Books, is a proud corporate partner of TU Athletics. It's easy to find something to show off someone's TU pride with 2 campus locations, one in the Dome and one in the campus center near the food court. The store is also open 24/7 at TaylorCampusStore.com.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
New pitcher, the lefty Josh Sample, at 6 feet 2'10", out of Indianapolis and Lawrence North High School. He comes in with a 1-0 count to Lawson. And now it's 2-0. 3 runs in for the Trojans here in the 3rd inning. They lead 5-2 with nobody out. Fastball, good cover by Adams behind the plate. 3-0 to Lawson, the fisherman. Whitman over at first after the fielding error by Tyler Vogel at third base. 4 hits for the Trojans here so far. 2 in this inning with a double and a triple. 3-0. A get me over changeup makes it 3-1. Sample's 6.55 ERA, appearing in his 5th game out of the bullpen. All of those appearances this year. He's thrown in 11 innings this year, 8 runs, all earned, and 11 hits. 3-1, change up. Lawson didn't like it. It's called for strike 2. Was not enticed to swing at it. Probably is the better term there for Brett. 3-run Taylor lead. Whitman at first. The payoff to Lawson. Whitman goes. Lawson swings and misses. A good throw by Adams, but then it was off target. And they're going to call catcher's interference here against Lawson. So Lawson swings and misses. And it looks like this might be catcher's interference against Lawson here at home plate. Right now there's 1 out on the board on the Lawson strikeout. Now Taylor head coach Kyle Gould comes in to have a conversation with home plate umpire David George. So they're going to put Whitman back to first on the catcher's interference by Lawson. 1 out on the board for the DH, Andrew Kennedy, as Sample gets the first out of the inning for Marian. Kennedy struck out looking his first time up. Wind blowing out towards right center field. 3/4 arm delivery from the big fella Sample, missing in the opposite batter's box away from the righty Kennedy. It's ball 1. Andrew struck out looking his first time up. Whitman over at first. Taylor on top by 3. Swings and misses at 1 and on the outside corner. The count evens up at 1-1. Josh Lane waits on deck. The 2-run homer, his only hit so far today. That tied our game at 2. Taylor has taken the lead. They're up by 3. As Fisher moves to his right, our left, and center. Breaking ball misses, 2-1. A picture-perfect afternoon here in Upland, Indiana. Temperature in the low 60s. A little bit of wind makes it slightly cool, but a bright sunny day ahead. Kennedy will send this one into the blue sky to center. Fisher going back, stops, catches for out number 2. And Whitman will retreat back to first. And so here comes Josh Lane, 1 for 1 today. The 2-run homer, his 3rd of the season and the 3rd of his career.
Now batting, the shortstop, Josh Lane.
Tied the game at 2 in the bottom of the 2nd. He bats here in the bottom of the 3rd. His classmate Whitman, a safe lead over there at first. First pitch from the lefty, Sample. Lane will golf it into shallow right field. Jones hustling in, and a good jump. And he makes the catch for out number 3. But the Trojans put 3 runs on the board thanks to a walk, a Taggart double, and a triple by TJ Bass. Taylor leads 5-2 after 3 on the Trojans Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 6 different levels of membership for you to choose from. You can join for as low as $100 all the way up to the athletic director level for $1,500. Each level receives premiums, complimentary season tickets, as well as gifts from the athletic department. Members also receive special recognition during halftime of the annual Silent Night game. In recent years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics, like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-5311 or log on to athletics.taylor.edu and search Trojan Club. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University's student athletes.
Right fielder Caden Jones, who just made the last out in the bottom of the 3rd, will lead off the top of the 4th, with his Marian Knights trailing by 3, 5-2. It'll be Jones, Cordero, and Hickman. Jones 1 for 1 on the afternoon with a double his first time up. Was scored on the Hickman home run to give Marian a 2-0 lead there in the 2nd. Taylor has scored 5 unanswered. The Trojans lead 5-2 with Marian batting here in the top of the 4th. 2-0 from Pettit. And Jones now goes ahead 3-0. Jones 0 for 2 in game 1 with a walk and a run scored for the series. He's now 2 for 8 after his double his first time at the plate. The 3-0 from Pettit. Fastball to get him over for a strike. 3 hits on the afternoon here in game 2 for Marian. They had just 4 in the win in the opener earlier today when they won 7-6. Slapper left side, backhand stop by Lawson at 3rd. Fires across to Taggart. There's out number 1 on a 5-3 putout. Taylor pitchers walked 7 batters and hit 2 more in game number 1 earlier today, and that really helped out the Marian cause in an immense way, as they scored those 7 runs on just 4 hits. They had a solo home run and then 2 doubles that drove in 2 and 3 runs apiece. The runs got on via a lot of walks. Pettit's fastball low. Ball 1 to Caio Cordero. Cordero struck out looking his first time up here in game 2. Second one, nicks the outside corner. Cordero again disagrees with a called strike call from our home plate umpire. Did not agree with a couple strikes against him in the first time at the plate. And he disagrees here again in the second time at the dish. Curveball high and in for ball 2. With no opposition there. Bases clear, 1 out in the 4th. Marian batting, trailing 5-2. They trail for the first time here in this game. Curveball from Pettit. And Cordero disagrees again. 2-2. Open batting stance for the former Avon Oriole. 2-2 from Pettit. Swing and a miss. Dropped away. Calball picks it up. And down to first. A low one that Taggart won't be able to pick. Ruschi will back it up. And a throwing error then there against Calball puts Cordero safely at first. Does go down as a strikeout for Pettit, but there's one on here for Marian in the top of the 4th with one gone.
Now batting, the DH, Evan Hickman.
And Evan Hickman steps in. He had the 2-run homer his last time up to give Marian the 2-0 lead. Drove it over 400 feet, landing on the roof of the police building behind the center field fence. Pettit comes right at him with a fastball, hitting the inside corner, strike number 1. Second one. Curveball, strike 2. Right at the knees, and Hickman down 0-2. The homer by Hickman, his second one of the season. As he bats here with a runner at first in Cordero, 1 out in the 4th. Marian down 3. Pettit out of the stretch, deals. Inside, and Hickman watches it sail in for ball number 1. Hickman batting .301. His play starts today. One of 3 Marian batters batting over 300 in the lineup here. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the lefty Hickman from the right-handed throwing Pettit. Hickman fights it off. A little pop-up left side. Lawson there makes the catch in the shallow left field grass for out 2. And a good jam there by Pettit to the lefty Hickman. 2 outs, and Cordero still there at first for the center fielder Henry Fisher, who went deep in game number 1. Pettit throws exclusively out of the stretch. The righty deals to the righty Fisher, who ducks out of the way of a curveball. Ball 1. Fisher grounded out to his counterpart, Brett Lawson, at third for the second out, back there in the second inning. Cordero 0 for 1 on stolen base tries this year. Another ground ball to Lawson at third. In play behind the bag. A low one that Taggart will be unable to pick as it bounces away from him. Second error against the Trojans here in this inning, and there are runners on at second and third for Marian here with 2 outs, and it looked like the Trojans might have had another opportunity there. A low throw from Lawson behind third base. Taggart unable to pick it, and they're at second and third now here for the Knights as Fisher's on for the first time here in game 2. Second error of the inning here against the Trojans. First one on Calball on the drop third strike with Cordero over there at third. He was the one who struck out then, and now Fisher stands at second after the error. It's Tyler Vogel, the third baseman. He's the tying run here at the plate with 2 on thanks to 2 errors. Swings and misses at the first one. Vogel down 0-1. Vogel flew out to Crawford and right his first time up. We're in the top of the 4th. Marian threatening here, down 3, with a tying run at the plate with runners at second and third, and then time is called. So a wild throw against Lawson over at third puts Fisher safely at second, and Cordero over there at third. The 0-1. Knee-high fastball. Assuming to Vogel's low for ball 1. Vogel 0 for 3 in the opener earlier today. He'll pivot out of the way here of an inside curveball, 2-1. Pettit trying to get out of the jam here with 2 errors on the bases right now. Cordero at third, Fisher at second, both beneficiaries of throwing errors by Taylor here in this inning. 2-1, lined right back up the middle. That'll score one. And they'll wave Fisher around from second, and both errors come back to hurt the Trojans. An off-target throw from Whitman is going to bounce towards the Taylor dugout and ricochet out. And so move Vogel up one more base. And Taylor has seen their 3-run lead cut down to 1. And here comes Taylor head coach Kyle Gould coming out of the Taylor dugout to talk things with the infield. Third error of the inning on the off-target Whitman throw allows Vogel to move up one more base. 2 runs come in, all on the errors earlier in this inning, and now the third one has put the tying run in scoring position with 2 outs for the catcher, Bailey Adams. And for Vogel, was 0 for 5 last night with a pair of Ks, and game 1, 0 for 3. So there's Vogel's first hit of the series after starting things off 0 for 9. Smacks a single up the middle after the 2 errors. 2 unearned runs come home for Pettit. And Vogel, the tying run over there at second base after the throwing error by the Trojans defensively again. Their 3rd error here of this inning. They had 1 in game number 1 earlier today. They had 1 in the series opener last night. Two outs in the tying run at second base here for Marian and the catcher Bailey Adams. 5-4 the Taylor lead. But it was 5-2 when we started this inning off. Pettit's curveball off target, low and away, ball 1. Vogel is safely to third. 1-0, and Adams will watch that one sail low, 2-0. Adams playing in his first game of the weekend series. As Evan Hickman gets a breather from catching, he's the DH here today. He was the starting catcher both last night and the opener earlier today. His replacement behind the plate, Adams, ahead 2-0 here with a tying run at second base. He'll go after the third one. A late swing will send it out of here on a line foul. Two balls, one strike to the catcher, Bailey Adams. Vogel stands at second after an RBI single up the middle, and the 3rd throwing error by the Trojans here in this inning have moved him into scoring position at second base with 2 outs. 4th pitch, a bouncer left side, snagged at the hit by Lawson. A calm throw to first for out number 3, but 2 runs come in on the beneficiary of 2 Taylor errors. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Taylor's lead down to 1, 5-4 on the Trojans Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
The 9 spot in the order, Connor Crawford will leave it on, or the 8 spot in the order, Connor Crawford will lead it off in the bottom of the 4th as Taylor's 3-run lead is trimmed down to 1. Sample's slow-moving curveball. The lefty gets it in there for a strike. First full inning of work here for Sample. After coming in and striking out Lawson and then getting back-to-back flyouts after Taylor pushed home 3 runs to start things off in the third. Crawford swings and misses at the second one, and now he's down 0-2. Connor grounded out to Lopez at short, his only time up tonight. Taylor on top 5-4, trying to win the season series after dropping game 1 of the opener today and winning the series opener last night here at home. 0-2, and Sample bounces that one in for ball 1. Crawford, Calball, and Ruschi. 3 freshmen coming up for Taylor here in this bottom of the 4th, as it's been a youth movement offensively for Taylor here in 2019. Ruschi, one of the top batting averages for the Trojans, second on the team, Bass number 1. And Crawford has improved here as of late. Now he's worked the count even at 2-2. Connor's breakout game, you could say, was when he started in right field. He got a 2-run and a 3-run home run for his first 2 collegiate home runs at Goshen a couple weeks ago. And now he's worked the count full as Sample bounces that one in 3-2. Crawford leads off the bottom of the 4th for Taylor. The Trojans lead 5-4. Sample delivers the payoff pitch, and that'll be pulled foul to the left. Still 3-2. Almost 60 degrees here in Upland, Indiana. Another payoff pitch upcoming here to Connor Crawford from Sample. Curveball popped up and foul. A souvenir for someone for the time being before one of the reserve players, it'll be Clay Riggins, comes out to retrieve the baseball. Payoff pitch again. Breaking ball, hammered, but pulled foul. Good at bat here from the freshman Crawford, dealing with all these breaking balls that Sample's been dealing to him. Three-two again. Crawford, dribbler right side, diving stop by Bacon. At first he gets back to his feet, but Crawford's going to beat him to the bag, and then Bacon smacks his right fist into the turf in frustration and fury. A leadoff single for Crawford as Bacon made a heck of a diving stop, then just could not get back to his feet in time to beat the speedy Crawford over to first. A leadoff single for the freshman right fielder, and a good start to the bottom of the 4th for TU. Fifth hit of the afternoon for the Trojans, just their second one that's not gone for extra bases. Calball with power to get extra bases. Curveball swings and misses, strike 1. Ben struck out looking his first time up. That ended the Trojans' efforts in the bottom of the 2nd. He bats here in the bottom of the 4th, does the freshman Calball out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Taylor leading by 1. Squaring a bunt. Calball into the air, first base side. It will land foul. 0-2. Calball down 0-2, struck out looking on the same count. His first time up. He's got his classmate Crawford, the freshman, over there at first after beating Bacon to the bag. Sample peers in, gets the sign from Adams, sets at his chin, and the 0-2 comes home. And Calball will fight it off on a foul ball to the backstop. Still 0-2 after the foul ball by Cowball. Crawford at first, nobody out. And Cowball will slap at it, and that one goes foul. To the parking lot once again. 0-2 to the freshman Cowball. Taylor on top 5-4. In spite of the 3 errors that led to those 2 runs for Marian in the top half of this 4th inning. Sample readies, Cowball ready. Opposite batter's box, ball 1. Taylor head coach Kyle Gould over there coaching third. Assistant coach Chad Newhart at first, and as always overseeing things in the dugout is the Grant County Hall of Famer, Rick Atkinson. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the catcher Cowball with Crawford at first. Sample comes home. Low and in for ball 2. Sample gets the first sign and likes it from Adams. The 2-2 pitch comes home. Upstairs on the hands, 3-2. Great battle here by Cowball. Fell behind 0-2 early. Had 2 foul balls in there with 2 strikes as well, and now the count has gone full. Nobody out with a runner at first and Connor Crawford after the leadoff single. Taylor trying to extend their 5-4 bottom of the 4th lead. The payoff from Sample. Cowball sits back and pops up a curveball to our left. So 3rd foul ball by Cowball with 2 strikes in this at-bat. Sample looks in and gets ready to deal another 3-2 home. Here it comes. And Cowball will send this one out of play to the right. So he's in front of the last curveball. He's a late swing here. The Taylor dugout on the 3rd base side getting rowdy as Cowball awaits the 10th pitch here in this at-bat against Sample. It'll be ball 4. First 2 men on here after the 10-pitch at-bat for Ben Cowball. And the courtesy runner and Jonathan Foster will jog onto the field for TU. First walk allowed by Sample. He was perfect, retiring all 3 batters he faced coming in relief in the 3rd. He has allowed the first 2 men to get on here. And we go back to the top of the order in Nick Ruschi. Crawford at second. Cowball at first. Now time is called. And Marian head coach Todd Bacon comes out of the first base dugout, moving Leo Lopez in a shift here at the shortstop position. Also creeping in from third will be Tyler Vogel. They anticipate a bunt here from Ruschi with nobody out. He shows it here into the air, third base side, but foul. 5-4 the Taylor lead, batting here in the bottom of the 4th. The first 2 men have gotten on here. On a single from Crawford and the walk by Cowball. Foster runs for him at first. Shift to the left on the left side of the infield by Lopez. Mainly just Lopez, the shortstop. Ruschi shows bunt again. Pulls it back. The curveball is in there for strike 2 from Sample. Ruschi 0 for 1. Walked and scored an inning ago. Chokes up here as he awaits the 0-2 from the lefty Josh Sample. Ruschi a lefty bat. A safe lead for Crawford at second. 0-2 home, breaking ball the way, bouncing in the opposite batter's box for the first ball of Ruschi's time here at the plate. Here in the 4th. He's got Taggart behind him. Ethan Steven playing closely there to Crawford at second, but now he backs away. A big gap up the middle if Ruschi could square one up and send one on the ground to the outfield as Marian's got the shift on to the left. Dancing back to second, Steven. No pickoff attempt. And Sample's curveball took him down to a knee on the mound, and the count goes to 2-2. Interesting to see Marian still staying this shift with the likelihood of Rushy bunting here with 2 strikes. Probably less than 2%, maybe, because a bunt makes you out on a strikeout. They're still in that shift there with Lopez at short. 2-2 to Rushy. Inside, that almost nicked him on the elbow, and it did. So now the bases are going to be full. Nobody out for Taylor here in the 4th. And the guy that hit a grand slam yesterday will have an opportunity to duplicate that here. It's Nathan Taggart, the first baseman, with McGill waiting on deck in place of TJ Bass.
The first baseman, Nathan Taggart.
First hit batsman by a Marian pitcher here in game 2. Bases full, nobody out for Taggart. First one from Sample, a fastball at the letters for a strike. So it's Crawford at third, Foster at second, running for the catcher Calbaugh, and Rushy over at first as Pettit starts to get loose for Taylor in the bullpen to our left before he comes back out here at the top of the 5th. The 1-strike pitch to Taggart, a curveball that he tried to hit to the moon, was in front of it but got a piece of it to foul it away, 0-2. No gone here in the 4th for Taylor. The base is full of Taggart's teammates. Taylor in blue or in purple today with gray numbers and gray letters and white pants. Marian in blue. Jerseys with white numbers and white letters and gray pants. They wore the all grays last night. 0-2 from Sample to Taggart's. And Nathan will stay alive, fouling it out of here to the parking lot off to the right. 5-4 the Taylor lead. 5 hits for the Trojans, 4 for Marian. And the Trojans have helped Marian out with 3 errors there in the 4th that helped lead to those 2 runs. Crawford a big lead with Samples back to him at third. Another 0-2. Taggart scoots out of the way to avoid getting hit. It's ball 1. As it rolls up the third base side, Adams slowly walking after it. No need to hurry after it, walking right towards where Crawford stands over there at third. Crawford, Foster, Rushy from third to first are the runners for Taylor. Nobody out in the 4th. Taylor trying to extend their 5-4 lead. They once led by 3. The 1-2. Taggart will drive it down the left field corner, and it will land fair to the left field corner. Runners racing in. Crawford in, Foster in, and Taggart will coast in with yet another extra base hit here in the Marian series. And Taylor goes back in front by 3, 7-4 on an RBI double from Nathan Taggart. He's 2 for 2 here in the finale today. There was an anticipated gas spin when the ball left Taggart's bat. The fans for Taylor trying to will that one over the fence for another grand slam in as many days. Instead, Taylor leads 7-4. And here comes pitching coach Mark Elder out for Marian before Christian McGill will bat for the first time here in the series. So you have the 2 home runs for Taggart yesterday. He had a double in game number 1. He's got 2 doubles here. He has got 5 extra base hits, 2 doubles, 3 doubles, and 2 home runs. He drove in 5 runs yesterday. None in game number 1. He's driven in 2 here. So 5 extra base hits, 7 runs batted in for the All-American Taggart, who's playing in his 10th game back from injury. And the Trojans push the lead back up to 3 at 7-4. McGill on deck. He replaces the injured TJ Bass, who had another good day working. 2 for 2 with the RBI triple his last time up, but then pulled up with a lower body injury heading into third on the triple. A long meeting here between Elder, the pitching coach, the pitcher Sample, and the catcher Adams. As Jared Berger, yesterday's reliever who took the loss for Marian, now gets up and gets loose in the bullpen for the Knights. He's a freshman out of Hamilton, Ohio. 2 more runs in for the Trojans. They have scored all 7 of their runs in the last 3 innings. And they've got 6 hits, and McGill looking for more as he plays for the first time here in the weekend series. McGill, a righty. Junior out of Cicero, Indiana. Off speed from Sample to the outside half, strike 1. McGill batting .290 this season, 20 hits, a double and 10 driven in for the Hamilton Heights graduate. Huge lead for Taggart at second with no one holding him on. McGill will put a charge on this one into left. Cordero will have it land over his head. That'll clear the bases. McGill scoots into second base with a 2 RBI double, and Taylor blows it open on back-to-back 2 RBI doubles from Taggart and now McGill. Trojans on top 9-4. And oh, by the way, there's still nobody out for Taylor here in the fourth. 4 runs in. Wyatt Whitman trying to add to that total. Samples curveball away for a ball. Wyatt 0 for 2 today. As you can hear Taylor head coach reminding Kyle Gould down there, they're reminding his team a lot of baseball left. Remember, Taylor jumped out to a 7-0 lead last night before seeing it evaporate completely. They trailed 9-7 late in that game yesterday before coming back to score 6 unanswered and to win 13-9. Second one away, Whitman ahead 2-0. Reached on a fielding error his last time up in the third, popped out to the shortstop Lopez in the first. McGill at second with excellent speed. Nobody out for Whitman, 2-0, and now 3-0. With Lawson waiting on deck for the Trojans. A 4-run bottom of the fourth with nobody out and Taylor on top 9-4. Whitman readies for the 3-0 from Sample. The lefty kicks and delivers, and it'll be a 4-pitch walk. Puts Whitman on, and the marathon bottom of the fourth rolls on for Brett Lawson. And this looks to be the end of the line for Josh Sample. It will be. Here comes Berger. We'll talk about him when we come back here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Two on, nobody out, 4 in for Taylor here in the fourth. Lawson shows a bunt. It'll dribble up the third base side, but roll foul. 9-4 the Taylor advantage as Jared Berger comes in for a second appearance of this series. He came in the bottom of the sixth yesterday, lasted 2 innings, gave up 2 hits, 3 runs, 2 were earned, and he struck out 2 and walked none, took the loss last night. as he was on the hill when Connor Crawford tied the game and Nick Ruschi gave the Trojans the lead at 10-9. McGill stands at second after a 2 RBI double. Whitman at first after a 4-pitch walk. Lawson squares a bunt, pivots out of the way, but it's called for strike 2. Brett 0 for 1 today, striking out his last time up. He walked and scored on the Lane home run in the second to tie our game at 2. Big lead for McGill at second. Steven comes in to cover second. Berger delivers a ground ball that'll ricochet off the mound. McGill will be waved in from second. Fisher will just toss it into the infield. An RBI single for Lawson, still nobody out, and Taylor leads by 6, 10-4. Second run that McGill has scored today. Move Whitman to second. Still nobody out for TU. Here's Andrew Kennedy, the DH. Taylor trying to get 2 games out of this 3-game series. Had an opportunity to win game number 2, but walks of the Taylor pitchers is what did them in defensively. But the offense has come to life here in the finale of the series. Good breaking ball there from Berger. Slider makes it strike 1. Kennedy 0 for 2 here in the game. The only man that has not reached base safely yet for the Trojan batters. 2 on, nobody out for Kennedy. Inside for ball 1. Andrew struck out looking his first time up, flew out to center back in the third. Whitman at second. Lawson at first after the RBI single. Taylor up 10-4. The third one, Kennedy will smack at it and send it foul off to the right. 1-2. Kennedy, the 8th batter of the inning. Nobody retired yet for the Trojans, with Josh Lane waiting on deck. These third game of the series, kind of a game of attrition, where offense has really come to life. But Taylor's at the teams at the back end of their pitching staffs. But a changeup there from Berger. Kennedy swings and misses for out number 1. One out, 2 on for Josh Lane, the shortstop, whose 3rd career home run tied our game at 2 in the bottom of the second. Pitch number 1, breaking ball low, a good eye from Lane for ball 1, as he normally takes the first pitch he sees from a pitcher, no matter the situation. The former Gold Glove Award winner, a multi-time All-Crossroads League selection is Lane. Good lead for Whitman at second. Second one, Lane liked it, swung and missed. 1-1. So Crawford waits on deck. He started this inning off for Taylor with a single, and before Kennedy, no one had been retired. 1 out, 2 on. 5 in for the Trojans. Backdoor breaking ball. Vogel will snag it. They'll try to turn 2. They get the out at second. Faking the throw is Steven. They retire Lawson at second base for out number 2, but the Trojans will bat around as Lane gets on with a fielder's choice. First and third for TU. Taylor on top 10-4, 2 outs, and we get to see Connor Crawford for the second time here in this inning.
Now batting, the right fielder, Connor Crawford.
2 outs and 2 on at the corners for Crawford, who singled to get the inning going. Lane dancing off a first, a called strike to Crawford. 10th batter of the inning. 5 runs on 4 hits for Taylor here so far in this 4th. Second one. Curveball inside half this time for strike 2. As Berger's got that curveball working here. 2 outs and 2 on. Crawford down to the count 0-2. Lane goes. Missing away. And Lane in there safely at second base. 1-2 to Crawford. Now 2 in scoring position. And good wheels under both if the ball can get to the outfield. 1-2, swing and a miss. That'll end the inning on a Berger strikeout. We head to the top of the fifth. Taylor scoring 5 runs in the fourth. They lead by 6, 10-4. Here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 6 different levels of membership for you to choose from. You can join for as low as $100, all the way up to the athletic director level for $1,500. Each level receives premiums, complimentary season tickets, as well as gifts from the athletic department. Members also receive special recognition during halftime of the annual Silent Night game. In recent years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics, like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-5311 or log on to athletics.taylor.edu and search Trojan Club. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University's student athletes.
Second baseman Ethan Steven, the top of the order, comes up here for Marian as they trail 10-4 here in the finale of the 3-game series. We're on the top of the fifth. Pettit, the starter, fastball, in, strike. Steven 0 for 1 today, replacing McCool, and he came into pinch run when McCool got hit by a pitch to start our game off. Second one, curveball up high, 1-1. Steven popped out to Rushi, his counterpart at second base, in his first at-bat today. Third one from Pettit. Up again on a fastball, 2-1. So it's going to be Steven, Bacon, and Lopez. The 3 up for Marian, who came in today in third place in the Crossroads League standings. They won Game 1 of the doubleheader today, and they try to come back here from a 6-run hole. 2-1, fastball low. Pettit off his mark here to start the fifth. It's 3-1 to the leadoff man, Steven. We didn't see Steven in game number 1 earlier today. Yesterday he was 0 for 1 with 2 runs scored and 2 walks. 3-1, fastball inside, 3-2. 80th pitch thrown just there by Pettit here of the contest so far. Pettit readies at the chin. 3-2 home, and this one golfed into right field. The new right fielder in there is Jonathan Foster, and he makes the play in deep right field for out number 1.
Now batting, the first baseman, Maverick Bacon.
1 out, base is empty for last year's Crossroads League newcomer of the year, Maverick Bacon. The transfer from Ball State University was 1 for 3 in game number 1 after going 3 for 5 in the opener last night. 1 for 2 here. First one from Pettit is a ball outside to the lefty Bacon against the right-handed throwing Pettit. Bacon hit into a 4-6-3 double play in the first, then singled through the right side of the infield his last time up. Pettit comes low and away for a strike to make it 1-1. 4 hits on the afternoon for Marian have led to their 4 runs. Bacon checks his swing. He goes around, and now he falls behind 1-2 on a curveball from Justin Pettit, the Taylor right-hander. Justin, the pride of North Vernon, Indiana. Pettit takes a deep breath. Base is clear, 1 out. The 1-2. Liner right to lane. Cannick Horn, easy. The line drive right to lane at short. 2 outs.
Now batting, the shortstop, Leo Lopez.
Pettit looking for his first true 1-2-3 inning of the day. He faced 3 batters in the first, but he needed the double play to get him out after the opening hit by pitch. 2 outs and the base is empty here for the shortstop, Leo Lopez. Steps out here, curveball inside corner, strike 1 to the righty shortstop. 10-4 the Taylor lead. Marian batting in the top of the 5th. They led 2-0. Then Taylor scored 5 unanswered to go up 5-2. Second one from Pettit away. 1-1. Then a 2-run rally thanks to 3 Taylor errors in the 4th. Drew Marian to within 1, and the Trojans tacked on 5 in the bottom of the 4th to lead by their current 6-run margin. Third one from Pettit low, 2-1. Lopez looking to get on for the first time here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Flew out to center and grounded out to lane at short. His 2 times up that have both ended. Both the first and third innings, Pettit trying to retire Lopez to end the 5th here. A 2-1. Missing at the knees, 3-1. Next one from Pettit will be the 90th pitch he's thrown today, with no activity up in the Taylor bullpen just yet. The pitch, Lopez a ground ball to lane at short, backhand stop, fumbles with it, bare hand, high throw's going to go way over Taggart's head and hit ricochet off of the chain link fence. That'll be the 4th error against the Trojans today. Lane trying to make a backhand stop deep in the hole at short. It popped out of his glove. That's the 2nd error against the shortstop today the first error against Lane here in Game 2. The 4th one against the Trojans. And the top of the 5th rolls on for Marian. And now here's Caden Jones as Lopez is now on for the first time safely here in the finale of the series. Foul tipped into the glove by Jones for a strike. Jones 1 for 2 today, doubling and then scoring on the home run by Hickman in the 2nd. They grounded out to Lawson at 3rd to lead off the 4th. And now the activity begins in the Taylor pen. Second one. Golfed into right field, right towards Jonathan Foster for out number 3. Lopez stranded at first on the 4th Taylor error of the day. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Taylor on top by 6, 10-4 on the Trojans Sports Network.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body, and its favorite place to be is home. Marian General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's.
First pitch, Vogel at third, awkwardly throws to first as that one got caught in his stomach. Pulls Bacon off the bag. Calbaugh on to lead things off. Kelsheimer will come in to courtesy run for him on the first pitch. It goes down as an E5, second one against Vogel today.
Now batting, the second baseman, Nick Rushi.
It's Jake Marin, 5'10 freshman lefty out of Lafayette, Indiana. Pickoff attempt at first. He'll step back and just toss it over to first. With Kyle Kelsheimer, the courtesy runner over there for the catcher, Calbaugh. Taylor on top, 10-4 as they bat here in the bottom of the fifth, going for the series win against Marian. Fastball from Marin low. The lefty misses ball one to a lefty in Nick Rushi. Marin making his fourth appearance this season in just 7 innings of work, a 9.00 ERA. 16 hits, 14 runs, 7 earned. He's allowed 4 doubles, a triple, and a home run. Opponents batting .421 off the freshman this season. Hard hit right side. Rushi smacks a single through. Kelsheimer will round second and hold there. First hit of the day for Nick Rushi, and the Trojans have got the first 2 men on to lead things off here in the fifth, trying to extend their 10-4 lead. Rushi now 1 for 2, reaching base safely his last 3 times up at the plate.
Now batting, the first baseman, Nathan Taggart.
And now here's here's the most dangerous bat in the Taylor order this series. 5 extra base hits and 7 runs driven in. It's Nathan Taggart with 2 on here. Marin's curveball hits the outside corner for strike 1. Taggart a pair of doubles today. He walked his first time up. Drove in 2 back there in the 4th. He bats here in the 5th with 2 on again. Big swing at this one, off to the right, foul. Taggart 2 for 4 in game 1 with a double. So he's 6 for 11 in the series so far. 2 for 2 here in game 2. 0-2. Curveball way up high. Good eye makes it 1-2. I should say game 2 of the day, game 3 of the series. But Taggart working on a perfect day right here, 2 for 2. Nobody out here in the 5th. Against the left-handed throwing Marin. 1-2 up high again. Breaking ball makes it even at 2-2. Taggart with a pair of home runs, 3 triples here in the series. All of his hits, all but one of his 6 hits have been for extra bases. The 2-2. Swings and misses, and that spins Taggart around. He's down on strikes. First time Nathan's been retired today. Good pitch there by Marin. 1 out for Taylor here in the 5th. Now bring up Christian McGill, who again bats in place of the injured T.J. Bass, who got hurt on his RBI triple. That drove in a run in the 3rd inning for Taylor when they took their first lead of the day. They're up 10-4 here. A curveball upstairs, ball 1 to McGill. Christian, the 2 RBI double, his only other time up today, back in the 4th. As Taylor put 10 men to the plate an inning ago, scoring 5 runs on 4 hits. 2 on here and 1 out for the righty McGill against the left-handed throwing Marin. McGill goes after the second one, fouls it to the backstop. A ball and a strike to the left fielder, Christian McGill. Kelsheimer at second. Rushi at first. 10-4 Taylor lead as they bat in the 5th. Marin out of the stretch. The lefty looks a couple times at Kelsheimer. Curveball in there, nicely done for strike 2. Brian Field steps out of the Taylor dugout, trying to get some warm-up swings in, but a toddler keeps chasing him from behind, and Brian doesn't want to take those swings in a crowded sidewalk behind the Taylor dugout. 1-2 to McGill with 1 out and 2 on here in the 5th. Taylor ahead by 6. Marin delivers low. Off speed makes it 2-2. The 2-2 to McGills. He chokes up. Little ground ball left side. Lopez at short underhands the second over to first. Good speed by McGill to beat the throw over there. They get the force out of Ruschi at second. And there'll be 2 outs and runners on the corners for Taylor's Wyatt Whitman, their center fielder. Taylor trying to get runs for the 4th inning in a row. They scored 2 in the second, 3 in the third, a big 5 coming in the 4th.
The center fielder, Wyatt Whitman.
As they lead 10-4 here with 2 outs and runners at the corners for Taylor's Wyatt Whitman. Marin out of the stretch. First one inside, curveball, ball 1. Marin, a lefty, freshman out of Lafayette, very similar to Taylor's freshman lefty Cy Stanley. Both not that tall. Marin at 5'10", Stanley about 5'10", 5'11" as well. Marin kicks and sends it over to first. But they've both kind of got this, as Taylor pitching coach Justin Barber described Stanley, a pest. Because like Stanley, Marin will change up his timing and his delivery. A normal kick here on a little slide step gets a swing and a miss for Whitman for strike 1. We've also seen Marin come in and move that front leg up very slowly, and then back down as he goes into his windup. A lot of the same characteristics we've seen from the Trojan lefty Cy Stanley this season. And there it is, pivoting, and loops a curveball high and away, 2-1. But a big kick from Marin, and then he slowly brings it down before exploding and driving home. McGill at first after the fielder's choice. Kelsheimer at third, running for Calball. Whitman fouls off a low fastball to make it 2-2. 2 outs here in the 5th. Taylor looking for runs in their 4th straight inning. They try to increase on their 10-4 advantage here in the series finale. Each team with a win under their belt. Taylor won yesterday 13-9. Marian won game 1 earlier today of the doubleheader by a 7-6 final. Wyatt's reached base safely twice today on an error and a walk. 2-2 to Marin, who comes in to start this inning off. Delivers, and they get Whitman to pop it up a mile in the air to left. 3 players converge. It'll be called off, and making the catch is Quartero and left. We've seen those high pop-ups give Marian's outfield some trouble throughout the series, but no trouble there for Quartero. Taylor puts their first 0 up on the board since the first inning. We're through 5. Here from Windsor Holder Field is Taylor 10 and Marian 4 on the Trojan Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 6 different levels of membership for you to choose from. You can join for as low as $100 all the way up to the athletic director level for $1,500. Each level receives premiums, complimentary season tickets, as well as gifts from the athletic department. Members also receive special recognition during halftime of the annual Silent Night game. In recent years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics, like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-5311 or log on to athletics.taylor.edu and search Trojan Club. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University's student athletes.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Our top of the sixth inning underway with a new pitcher in for the Trojans. It's the big lefty, 6'4", Luke Carlson, a freshman in for the Trojans as he replaces Justin Pettit, who went the first 5 innings for Taylor today. Second one from Cordero will go out to play foul. It's 1-1. Cordero, Hickman, and Fisher, the 3 due up for Marian here in this top of the sixth as they trail Taylor 10-4. Carlson, a 3.63 ERA. Bouncer to Taggart at first. He'll underhand to Carlson, who covers. 3-1 on the putout, and there's 1 out in the sixth for the visitors from Indianapolis.
Now batting, the DH, Evan Hickman.
Carlson, a 2-2 overall record, 1 save under his belt, appearing in his 11th game, 6th in relief. And it's a lefty-on-lefty showdown here with Hickman, the DH, stepping in, ball 1 on the first delivery. 225 average against Carlson this season. Second one to Hickman. Fastball that he swings and misses at. Tips it as well, 1-1. Hickman, the 2-run homer in the second, popped out to Lawson at third in the fourth. His 2 times at the plate here today. 10-4 the Taylor lead. Marian batting in the sixth. Another ground ball to Taggart at first. He handles it cleanly. He calls Carlson off. And Taggart with an unassisted put out at first. 2 up and 2 down here in the sixth so far for Marian. Both on ground balls to Taggart at first.
Now batting, the center fielder, Henry Fisher.
Here's a guy with plenty of power in his bat, and Henry Fisher. The leading home run man for Marian on the year with 6 after a solo homer in the first game of the doubleheader today. He'll chase a fastball away from the power throwing Carlson. And it's 0-1. Fisher 0 for 2 today, but reached on an error and scored when Taylor had 3 errors back there in the fourth. That drew Marian to within 1 before Taylor put 5 up in the bottom of the fourth to lead by their current 10-4 margin. A ball and a strike to Fisher, the center fielder for Marian today. Missing the inside corners, Carlson, ball 2. 2 outs and the base is empty. Taylor has yet to get a traditional 1-2-3 inning here so far. 2-1, opposite batter's box, 3-1. Bases clear and 2 outs, the 3-1. Swing and a miss by Fisher in the count full. Carlson's first inning of work, replacing the starter Pettit, who went 5 innings, allowed 4 hits, 4 runs, and Carlson gets a looking strikeout. Fisher knew it right when the ball hit the mitt. Great 1-2-3 inning for Carlson out of the pen. We're through 5.5. Here from Winterholder Field is Taylor 10, Marian 4 on the Trojans Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
3 defensive changes here for Marian as Taylor gets ready to bat in the bottom of the 6th. Marn still on the hill. Curveball in there for a strike. The defensive changes as Brett Lawson leads the inning off. Matt Turk replaces Maverick Bacon at first. Caleb Myers replaces Lopez at short. As this one popped into the air, Turk will get an opportunity to chase it up the right field foul line, and making the catch will be Steven, the second baseman, as that one blew back in to shallow right. A pop out to Lawson. He's 1 for 3 here in the game so far. It'll be Brian Fields pinch hitting for Andrew Kennedy, the DH. The other change is Alan Augustus over there in left for the Knights. Fields' first at-bat of the series with Marian. First one a ball. Brian on the year batting .220, hit his first home run of the year a weekend ago. To the day, second one is in there for a strike, 1-1. Brian hit a no-doubter to the track complex behind the left field fence. Curveball. Brian backs out of the way, 2-1. In game 2 of the 3-game series with Spring Arbor last weekend, with the George Glass Invitational going on at the George Glass Track and Field Complex. Fourth one to Fields, 2 balls and a strike. Marin pauses before delivering home. He misses away 3-1 to the pinch hitter Brian Fields. 10-4 the Taylor lead. They bat in the bottom of the 6th, going for the series win here today. Fifth pitch, Fields tries to hit it to the moon and will miss, 3-2. Fields 6'3" junior. Curveball, and he'll send it high towards the gap in right center field. Great jump from Henry Fisher, but it doesn't matter because Brian Fields hits a solo homer over that right center field fence. His second home run in as many weeks, and Taylor takes a 7-run lead, up 11-4 on the solo shot by 33 in purple, Brian Fields. Second home run here of the game for the Trojans.
Now batting the shortstop, Josh Lane.
Their 6th extra base hit. Lane trying to bunt his way on. A strike here with 1 out, and now Taylor on top, 11-4. Second one to Lane. Nope, away, 1-1. Josh 1 for 3 today, but has one hit a big one, a 2-run homer to tie the game at 2 on his 3rd career round tripper of his career. Base is clear, 1 out, the 1-1 from Marin. It'll bounce away from the catcher Adams, 2-1. 10 hits for Taylor here in game 2, 11 runs. They had double-figure hits in game 1 earlier today, but only were able to muster 6 runs out of it. But walks are what really came to hurt Taylor in that first game of the doubleheader today, as Marian scored 7 runs on just 4 hits. Lane ahead 2-1. Away 3-1. Lane trying to get on base here with 1 out. And he will, with a walk. Enters Jonathan Foster, the Taylor right fielder. Walking out is Todd Bacon, the manager for Marian. And it looks like they'll be sending someone down to the bullpen, I think, to get warmed up, or a change of some sort. They are moving Caden Jones. It'll be a new right fielder. Caden Jones out in right field. First time we've seen him get replaced in right field all day. He'll be replaced by number 28, Jonathan LaGuire. So LaGuire comes in to spell Jones in right field as Foster gets ready to bat for the first time today.
The right fielder, Jonathan Foster.
Lane at first after the one-out walk, following a Brian Fields solo home run as Foster bats for the first time here in the series with Marian. High leg kick, and Foster will send it to the new right fielder, McGuire. Shields his eyes from the sun. McGuire comes in and makes a catch for out number 2. Two outs with the catcher, Ben Calball. Batting out of the 9 spot here today, Ben 0 for 2.
The catcher, Ben Calball.
With Lane over there at first, Taylor on top by 7 here in the bottom of the 6th, 11-4. Marin whips one over to first, and again, he's got that same different pace delivery like Stanley does, where he can kick that leg in the air. You think he's going to pitch it home, and then he's going to fire it over to first. The lefty makes Lane dance back to first base before re-extending that lead. And the first pitch to Ben Calball, the Taylor catcher, is outside for a ball. 11-4 the Taylor lead on 10 hits. Second one low, ball 2. Calball ahead 2-0 with 2 outs. Marin taking his time, takes a couple looks at Lane at first. Delivers the third one home, a fastball to the inside half, 2-1. Taylor won game 1 of the series last night. Marian won game 1 of the doubleheader earlier today. 2-1 from Marin to Calball. Swings and misses upstairs, does the freshman catcher, 2-2. A solo homer by Brian Fields here in the inning has given Taylor a 7-run cushion. It's their biggest lead of the series here with Marian. 2-2 inside. Lane thought about going, and Adams will just toss it back to Marin as Lane went scampering back to first. It's ball 3 to Calball here at the plate as he tries to turn the lineup over to Rushi at the top for TU. The payoff from Marin, and Calball pops it up. It goes foul off to the right. Still 3-2 for the Trojans, and Calball here at the plate. Another 3-2. Lane goes, it's ball 4 on the turf, and the Trojans turn the lineup over to Rushi. I don't think that dog likes the Isley brothers. That's sad. Calball out. Kelsheimer will courtesy run for him at first.
Now batting, the second baseman.
Second and third, or first and second for Rushi. 2 outs here in the 6th. Taylor leading 11-4 after the Fields solo blast. Lefty versus lefty here, and that one sails over Rushi's head. Pitch 1 is ball 1. Nick 1 for 2 as he bats for the 5th time. Has been walked and been hit by a pitch. He scored both of those times. He singled back there in the 5th as well. 2 on, 2 out. Missing away, 2-0. Nobody up there in the bullpen for Marian. Time is called, as Adams will walk out to talk things over with Marin. And there's the Grant County Hall of Famer Rick Atkinson making an appearance. Comes in and puts the ball in each of the pockets of our home plate umpire, David George. 2 balls and no strikes to Rushi. With 2 out and 2 on, his infield mate. In the middle of the infield, Lane stands at second. Kelsheimer runs for the catcher, Calball, over at first. The 2-0, and that's low and away, 3-0 with Taggart waiting on deck. 6 extra base hits for Taylor today. Their 6th one coming in this inning on the Fields home run. 2 walks have put 2 on here. And now 3 walks will load him up for Taggart. And a 4-pitch walk to Ruschi. The bottom of the 6th rolls on with Taylor trying to make it an even bigger lead. They're up by 7 right now with Taggart trying to get on base again for the 4th time today here in Game 2.
Now batting, the first baseman, Nathan Taggart.
Taggart struck out swinging his last time up. That was the first time he's been retired in this game right here. Bases full of Trojans, 2 outs. And Taggart takes the first one low, ball 1. Taggart walked in the first, doubled in the 3rd and 4th, scoring both times and driving in 2 runs back there in the 4th. He's driven in 7 runs in the series so far with 5 extra base hits. Fastball in to the righty, makes it strike 1. 1-1. Lane at 3rd, Kelsheimer at 2nd, and Ruschi at 1st, all on via 3 walks by the pitcher Marian. 3rd one to Taggart. Fights it off, foul, 3rd base side, strike 2. One and 2 to Taggart. Base is full. Curveball in, freezes him for strike 2. Taggart down on strikes for the 2nd inning in a row. The Trojans leave the bases full, but a solo home run by Brian Fields increases the Taylor lead to 11-4 after 6 innings on the Trojans Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 6 different levels of membership for you to choose from. You can join for as low as $100, all the way up to the athletic director level for $1,500. Each level receives premiums, complimentary season tickets, as well as gifts from the athletic department. Members also receive special recognition during halftime of the annual Silent Night game. In recent years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics, like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-5311 or log on to athletics.taylor.edu and search Trojan Club. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
Tyler Vogel leads things off here in the 7th inning for Marian. Flies that one out of play to the right for strike 1. It'll be Vogel, Adams, and Steven as they face Carlson in his 2nd inning of work. Taylor on top 11-4 with Marian batting around here in the 7th. 2nd one in, Carlson gets a called strike. It's 0-2. Carlson was 3 up, 3 down in the 6th. He's ahead 0-2 here to Vogel, who's 1 for 2 tonight. And now let's make it 1 for 3 as he's sent back to the dugout packing on a looking strikeout. 2nd one for Carlson. There's 1 out in the 7th as Luke has retired the first 4 men he's seen. That's back-to-back looking strikeouts from the lefty Carlson. And here's Bailey Adams, the catcher. Carlson in, missing. Ball 1. Adams 0 for 2. It's his first game of the series. Flew out to left in the 3rd, grounded out to Lawson at 3rd. His last time up, he fouls this one back to the backstop for strike number 1. Adams, 6'3", 220-pound junior catcher out of Crawfordsville. Carlson misses his mark on the inside corner to the righty Adams, 2-1. 11-4 the Taylor lead. Marian batting in the 7th, and Adams will give this one a ride to right. Foster back, warning track, catch, out 2. Two up and 2 down. Carlson has faced 5 batters. He has retired 5 batters. And Ethan Stephen, the second baseman, will try to change that here for Marian. Stephen 0 for 2, coming in relief of Skylar McCool after the top of the first. McCool was hit by a pitch. Stephen came in to run for him. McCool looked to be fine. But Stephen has played everything defensively at second base here for Marian in the series finale. 2 outs, bases empty in the 7th. Marian down 7. Carlson's first one up and in for ball number 1. Taylor, as we mentioned, are on the road on Tuesday for a doubleheader to finish things up with Bethel, and then Carlson's going to hit Stephen in the leg. That'll be the first base runner allowed by Carlson, and Stephen will take off all of the protective armor and make his way down to first base. 2 outs and 1 on first. Marian down by 7. After Taylor allowed 7 walks and 9 hit by pitches in game number 1. That's just the second hit by pitch and no walks by a Taylor pitcher here in game 2 between Pettit and now Carlson, who's in his second inning on the hill replacing Pettit, who went the first 5. And the lefty new man in is Matt Turk. And it's ball 1 to Turk as he replaces Maverick Bacon. Turk will send it towards center field. Whitman has to come all the way over to the gap. He covers a lot of space, and he makes the catch with 1 stranded here in the 7th. We're going to stretch it out. Taylor leading by 7, 11-4 on the Trojan Sports Network.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body. And its favorite place to be is home. Marian General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Bottom of the 7th, Christian McGill will lead off. He'll face Cole Weimer, 5'11 freshman right-hander out of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Second time we've seen Weimer in the series, and the first pitch is in there for a strike. Second one, hard hit left side. It will bounce foul just over the third base bag, an inch away from being McGill's second hit of the evening. Weimer, 5'11", freshman right-hander. Went 2/3 of an inning last night, allowed a hit, a run on that solo home run by Taggart with a strikeout. In the 9 pitches that he threw. Fifth different pitcher to see time today in Game 2 for Marian of the doubleheader. His third one's away for ball 1 to Christian McGill. He'll be followed by Wyatt Whitman and Brett Lawson. This one sent towards center field. Fisher will come forward and make the play for out number 1. Weimer, that was his first appearance of the season last night. And there's one out for Taylor here in the 7th.
Center fielder, Wyatt Whitman.
Wyatt 0 for 3 here in Game 2 after a good opening game of the series last night. Off speed from Weimer, called for a strike. Wyatt reached on an error in the 3rd, walked in the 4th. 2 times getting on here the nightcap of the doubleheader. Now the count evens up at a ball and a strike. 11-4, the Taylor lead in the bottom of the 7th. Third one, curveball starts at the shoulder, ends over the plate. Strike 2 to Whitman. With Cody Tate waiting on deck to pinch hit for the third baseman, Brett Lawson. 1-2 curveball. Whitman pops it up to the infield. Steven screams everybody off and makes a catch for out number 2. And here's Cody Tate, the Taylor third baseman, we'd assume would come in to replace Lawson. Tate, 5'8" senior out of Loganville, Michigan. Playing in his 15th game of his senior season.
Hitting for Taylor, number 16, Cody Tate.
Originally out of Michigan before the family moved down south. Takes the first one for a strike. The lefty pinch hitter here for TU is actually going through a cleanse right now. Kind of trying to change the way he's eating. He feels lighter, faster, stronger. It's like the new $6 million man. Second one from Weimer bounces in, 1-1. Cody, a big Detroit area sports fan. 1-1. Swings and misses, and now 1-2. Cody's had his eyes locked in on the NHL playoffs for the last couple of days. With some of those games going late, I'm sure Cody's had to catch the highlights in the morning. Because you got to get your sleep to play baseball, kids. 1-2. Tate will slap it to the left side. Coming in is Myers from short. He'll scoop. He'll throw. And the Trojans retired in order here in the 7th. 11-4, the Taylor lead after 7 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Since opening in the late 1980s, the Maddox Family Dental Center has been focusing on providing the highest quality dental care for their patients. Children to adults can receive a full-service treatment to meet their dental needs. The Maddox Family Dental Center has 2 locations in Hartford City and Dunkirk and always welcomes new patients. The Maddox Family Dental Center, a proud corporate partner of Taylor University Athletics.
The Taylor University campus store, with their innovative textbook butler delivery service and name brand Taylor apparel and gifts, supports the Trojans year-round. The campus store, powered by Tree of Life Books, is a proud corporate partner of TU Athletics. It's easy to find something to show off someone's TU pride with 2 campus locations, one in the Dome and one in the campus center near the food court. The store is also open 24/7 at TaylorCampusStore.com. Shortstop Caleb Myers will lead it off in the top of the 8th. Caleb Fox Now and do the catching here for TU. Myers will swing and foul tip the first one he gets from Carlson back for strike one. Second one to Myers, a curveball from Carlson for ball one. Top of the eighth, Marian batting, trailing 11-4. We saw Myers as the second baseman in game number one earlier today. Second pitch is in there for a strike. Myers went 1 for 1 with 4 runs batted in, a double and a walk. We'll fight off the fourth one, to keep it at 1-2. $11-4 the deficit for Marian. They've scratched out just 4 hits here. That's the same amount of hits they had in game number one, but they had 7 runs. That's because Taylor had allowed 7 walks and 2 hit by pitches. In that opener today, so far today, no walks and 2 hit batsmen. 2-2 Carlson up high, and is a ball away from dealing the first walk here of the nightcap. First time Myers has been to the plate here in the nightcap. He'll dribble this one to the right side. Ruschi charges from second, scoops it off the turf, sends it to Taggart at first. And there's one gone in the 8th for Marian, down 7. It'll be number 28, Jonathan LaGuire, the right fielder who came in to spell Caden Jones defensively a little bit ago. LaGuire did not play in game number 1 last night of the series. Carlson's fastball, outer half, strike 1. LaGuire, no at-bats in the game 1 of the doubleheader earlier today. Came in to spell time in left field. Carlson's second pitch outside the zone. It's 1-1. His third offering is sent on a drive to Whitman in center. But he camps underneath. He makes the catch at the shoulder calmly and casually and coolly. And there's 2 outs. Two outs and the base is clear for Alan Augustus. The right fielder left fielder who came in to get Caio Cordero. As Augustus, a freshman out of Indianapolis and Lawrence Central High School. Carlson low and in for ball 1. Augustus, no at-bats, just came in defensively in left field earlier today. Second game of the series he's played in, and the first time he's been to the plate. Count 2-0 from Carlson. Here at the top of the 8th, base is cleared. 2 outs and Marian down 7. Third one from Carlson, nicks the outside corner, and the righty Augustus will get ready for a 2-1 pitch from the lefty Luke Carlson. Augustus, 1 for 19 here in his freshman season, but he's ahead 3-1 right now. Carlson out of the windup, 3-1 home. Inner half, strike number 2 makes the count full with 2 outs. Only one batter has reached base safely in the 2 2/3 innings that Carlson has been on here. It was a hit by a pitch with 2 outs an inning ago. The 3-2, and I'll be called for strike 3 as Carlson gets his 3rd K and puts another 0 up on the board. We're through 7.5. It's Taylor 11, Marian 4 on the Trojans Sports Network.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body, and its favorite place to be is home. Marian General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
Since opening in the late 1980s, the Maddox Family Dental Center has been focusing on providing the highest quality dental care for their patients. Children to adults can receive a full-service treatment to meet their dental needs. The Maddox Family Dental Center has 2 locations in Hartford City and Dunkirk and always welcomes new patients. The Maddox Family Dental Center, a proud corporate partner of Taylor University Athletics.
Brian Fields will bat for the second time today. He faces Cole Weimer. Taylor batting in the bottom of the 8th, ahead 11-4. It's a ball to Brian Fields, the new DH for TU. Second one, bouncer left side. Vogel stops, knocks it forward, and Fields will be safe over there at first. As Vogel had to go full extension, popped out of his glove. It'll go down as a single for Brian Fields. He's 2 for 2. Here's Josh Lane, the Taylor shortstop. First hit that Weimer has allowed today. He went 3 up, 3 down last inning. And here's Josh Lane stepping in. 1 hit today. It was a 2-run homer to tie our game at 2 in the second. Weimer out of the stretch. Lane will send this one through the gap in the left side of the infield. Second hit for the shortstop today, and the Trojans have got 2 on here. In the bottom of the 8th, leading by 7. And Jonathan Foster will step in for the second time. Back-to-back singles from Fields and now Lane. Taylor with 12 hits here in Game 2. They had 10 in Game number 1. But the problem was pitching is what let them down in Game 1, prevents them from getting a series sweep. But it looks like they're 3 runs away from shortening Game 3 of the series and run ruling Marian. Up 11-4. First one from Weimer low, ball 1. Fields at second, Lane at first after their back-to-back singles to start this inning off, and Taylor leads 11-4. Second one, Foster pulls it foul to the left. Strike number 1. Jonathan flew out to right field, his only other time up today on the first pitch that he saw. 2 on, nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th. Taylor ahead 11-4 as they look for their 29th win of the season. Try to get back to 500 in league play to get to 9-9. 1-1, breaking ball in there, strike 1. Or true, excuse me. Foster, 6'2" sophomore out of Columbus, Ohio, and Columbus East High School. 2 on, nobody out, bottom of the 8th. Taylor ahead by 7. 1-2 from Weimer. Almost hit Foster. He puts his arms in the air, backs out of the way. It's 2-2. Two from Weimer to Foster in the dirt, in the turf. Covered up by the new catcher, Dylan Olenek. And the count full to Foster. First and second are where the runners stand. Nobody out for Taylor in the 8th, leading by 7. They trailed 2-0 after the top of the second. Lane's home run tied it, and the Trojans have not trailed since. Foster fights it off into the air, but foul. Will hit the net and bounce at the bottom of the backstop. 3-2 to Foster, the Taylor right fielder, with Fields at second base and Josh Lane over there at first. Sun setting off to our left as now shadows start to creep across the infield. 3-2, and Foster pops it high in the air to left. Left field foul line. Good hustle there by the shortstop Myers to cover a whole mess of ground and make a catch over his head in foul territory up the left field line for out number 1 in the 8th for TU. Here's Caleb Fox, the backup catcher for Taylor. Fox, a sophomore out of Des Moines, Iowa. Caleb 1 for 5 here in 2019. with 2 on and 1 gone in the 8th, with Nick Ruschi to follow him. Infield plays back. Fox takes a curveball from the righty Weimer for strike 1. Brett Lawson warming up for Taylor in the bullpen. He has yet to make a pitching appearance in a game this season, but you heard last night from Taylor head coach Kyle Gould that Lawson had been getting some work on the mound in the last couple of weeks. This one bounces away from Olenek. The wild pitch will move Fields up to third and Lane up to second. 1 out and runners in scoring position for the Trojans, leading by 7. 1-1 the count to Fox. With Taylor in command here in the bottom of the 8th, ahead by 7. Weimer on the first base side of the rubber, out of the stretch. 1-1. Fox will rip it foul from the right field to the right field corner. Taylor scored 2 in the 2nd, 3 in the 3rd, 5 in the 4th, and 1 in the 6th for their scoring today. They won Game 1 of the series last night, lost Game 1 of the doubleheader earlier today. After the long foul ball, here's the 1-2 to Fox. Up high, 2-2 from Weimer. Fields at third, Lane a big old lead over there at second. 2-2 to the lefty Fox. Little dribbler right side. He'll pull it foul. Still 2-2. 1 out and runners at second and third. Here for the Trojans in the 8th. Leading 11-4, trying to get their 14th win here at home, their 29th win of the season, and more importantly, get back to 500 in the Crossroads League standings. Weimer sets at the belt, the 2-2 home, and now it's 3-2 upstairs. Caleb Fox's dad played football at Drake during his younger days. And his son now has got a full count, and the pitch upcoming here from Weimer. Second and third, 1 out, first base open here in the 8th. Fox pops it up, foul territory left side. Augustus, the closest one to it, but can't get it. And it remains 3-2. Got a couple fresh baseballs delivered by the Hall of Famer Rick Atkinson to David George behind the plate. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes to Fox. 2 on and 1 out here in the 8th. Taylor ahead by 7. The pitch from Weimer. Inside for ball 4. That'll load him up for the Trojans here in the 8th for Nick Ruschi. And Kelsheimer will come into courtesy run for Fox. Bases full for Ruschi, the second baseman. The best batting average, second best batting average for the Trojans here this season. As Ruschi has reached base safely 4 out of the 5 times he's batted today. Bases full, 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. Taylor ahead 11-4. Ruschi will pop up the first one here to the center field gap. Left center field, Fisher coming over. Will catch and Fields will fake the tag and run. Everybody stays where they are. A 1-pitch out, fly out. It'll be Nathan Taggart batting with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Second time that Ruschi's been retired today. He's officially 1 for 3, but it's got 2 walks and a hit by pitch and 2 runs. So it's Taggart with his 5 extra base hits, his 7 runs batted in. 2 for 4 here today. Has struck out his last 2 times at the dish. Bases full of his teammates here. Curveball goes after it, lines it into the parking lot for strike 1. Taggart hit his first grand slam of the season. His first 2 home runs of the year last night. Had a double in game number 1, a pair of doubles here. And also has driven in 2 more runs as well. Second one, hard hit left side underneath. Vogel at third. Field scores. Here comes Lane from second. Augustus's throw will not be in time, and so give 2 more runs batted in for Nathan Taggart. That's 9 in the series. And he gets yet another hit, just his second one that's not been an extra base one. 7 hits for Taggart. And Taylor up 13-4 with 2 outs in the 8th. And here's Christian McGill. Kelsheimer at second. Taylor ahead by 9 here in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs. McGill 1 for 3. Pops up the first one here to the infield. Wider. Weimer calls everybody off. The pitcher makes the catch in foul ground. And we head to the top of the 9th. Taylor ahead by 9, 13-4 on the Trojans Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Andrew Strite will pinch hit and lead things off at the top of the 9th for Marian. They have a long road to hoe here, down 13-4. Strite pinch hits for the DH Hickman. Hackman's our head athletic trainer. And it's 1-1 here. Third one down the middle for strike 2. Strike 1 for 6 this season. The 1-2 from Carlson. Looping curveball freezes him for a strikeout, and a great way to start off the top of the 9th. 4th K for Carlson. And there is 1 out here in the 9th for the Marian Knights. Fisher swings and misses for a strike. Or foul tips into the glove of Fox, I should say. 13-4 the deficit here for Marian. They won game 1 7-6. Carlson's curveball in. Fisher backs out of the way for ball 1. Fisher here in game 2 of the doubleheader 0 for 3, but did reach on an error in the 4th and came around to score. That was the last time Marian scored. Popped up foul territory right side. Taggart might be able to make a play on it, and he does in foul ground for out number 2 here in the 9th. And the Trojans will bring in a new third base, they're actually going to get Carlson out of here, I think. Yep, Tanner Colby's coming in to play third, and Brett Lawson has switched his glove. And Lawson will make his first pitching appearance of the season here with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. We'll be back with more after this on the Trojans Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Since opening in the late 1980s, the Maddox Family Dental Center has been focusing on providing the highest quality dental care for their patients. Children to adults can receive a full-service treatment to meet their dental needs. The Maddox Family Dental Center has 2 locations in Hartford City and Dunkirk and always welcomes new patients. The Maddox Family Dental Center, a proud corporate partner of Taylor University Athletics.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson.
So Brett Lawson comes in to get Carlson for his first appearance on the hill this season. That one gets out of here, foul off to the right for a strike against the third baseman Tyler Vogel. Tanner Colby comes in. He takes the spot of Lawson vacated at third as he replaces Carlson on the hill. Luke went 3 2/3, no hits, no runs. The only base runner he allowed in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 batters that he faced was a hit by pitch, and that runner didn't get past first base. 1-1 to Vogel from Lawson. Fastball outside corner, strike 2. And Marian is down to their last strike here in the top of the 9th, trailing 13-4. Lawson, the righty, out of the stretch. Sets the 1-2. And Vogel sends this one up the first base side. Foul. As Taggart picks it up just before Vogel got to first base in time. And it remains 1-2. Vogel 1 for 3 with a 2 RBI single back in the 4th, which is the last time that Marian scored and made it a 1-run game before Taylor turned right back around in the bottom of the 4th and scored 5 runs to put this game out of reach. Outside corner freezes Vogel for strike 3, and that ends the game as Taylor wins 13-4 to take the series from Marian 2 games to 1. The Trojans now sit at 29-13. We'll take a break, come back, and talk to the head coach Kyle Gould on the Ivanhoe's postgame show after this, here on the Trojans Sports Network.
The decision you're making is about so much more than where you'll spend the next 4 years. It's about how you'll live the next 40. So let me break down the Taylor University experience. We integrate faith and learning to become well-rounded, lifelong learners, while delivering a deeper knowledge of our specific areas of study. Whether you're producing award-winning films, building satellites for NASA, or preparing for a national ethics debate, Taylor will push you to excel in your field. But excellence isn't always about having the right answers. Sometimes it's about asking the right questions. Taylor is interdenominational. That means we can't always fall back on specific church doctrine to settle issues. We rely on Scripture and the dynamic nature of iron sharpening iron to better know the God who's not afraid of our question. Much of this happens in the small town of Upland, Indiana, the place where Taylor does life together. But don't let this small town fool you. The schedule is packed with things to do, and through these activities, faculty, staff, and students become more than individuals occupying the same address. They become a community. But this community isn't limited to the campus. We travel. Boy, do we travel. We are ranked as one of the top 10 schools in the country for overseas experiences. But it isn't just about the going. It's about the sharing of those experiences and being challenged by those who come to Upland as their international experience. Taylor is one of a few Christian colleges that expects all students to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. Now, this doesn't mean Taylor is a Christian Disneyland full of cardboard cutout perfection. Taylor is full of real people with real problems, and living together can get kind of messy. But in that mess, we take Jesus' call from John 13 seriously. We practice picking up our towel and dealing with the mess in each other's lives. We're not here just to follow the rules for 4 years. Instead, we hope to learn to live authentic lives, calling each other to lives of meaning. Every day, our focus remains on the 40, not just the 4. We'd love to show you more about Taylor. Come visit. Sit in on a class, go to chapel, spend a night in a residence hall. Experience the difference for yourself.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body, and its favorite place to be is home. Marian General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH, from our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments, in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Since opening in the late 1980s, the Maddox Family Dental Center has been focusing on providing the highest quality dental care for their patients. Children to adults can receive a full-service treatment to meet their dental needs. The Maddox Family Dental Center has 2 locations in Hartford City and Dunkirk and always welcomes new patients. The Maddox Family Dental Center, a proud corporate partner of Taylor University Athletics.
The Taylor University campus store, with their innovative textbook butler delivery service and name brand Taylor apparel and gifts, supports the Trojans year-round. The campus store, powered by Tree of Life Books, is a proud corporate partner of TU Athletics. It's easy to find something to show off someone's TU pride with 2 campus locations, one in the Dome and one in the campus center near the food court. The store is also open 24/7 at TaylorCampusStore.com. Back here at Winterholder Field, Rick Johnston now joined by the head coach of the Trojans, Kyle Gould, to look back at their doubleheader split today against Marian. You guys take the series. How important was it to win the series today?
Well, it's really big, where everything's really jumbled together in these standings, and you win a series, and, it keeps you moving in the right direction, and you also get to have a tiebreaker over somebody. So
you guys fell behind 2-0 after a really long home run there by Hickman. Then Josh Lane, who's now developed into a power hitter in the last 3 weeks, hits his 3rd home run of the year. How did that thing seem to get things going? Because then you guys scored 10 runs over the next 3 innings, started by that 2-run blast.
Yeah, like a lot of us, Marian's played a lot of games this week, and their bullpen's a little depleted. They've sorry, my daughter's yelling at me. Their bullpen's a little down, so we really wanted to get in the bullpen. He hit that home run, and it kind of started him unravel a little bit. But I thought after Justin gave up that home run, he really settled in and pitched great and pitched around some mistakes that we made on defense. But I thought Justin was great.
Luke Carlson came in, didn't get the save because you got Brett some time there on the hill, but I thought Luke was really strong today. He only allowed 1 base runner on the entire day.
Yeah, Luke is incredibly talented and has a really bright future the rest of the season and moving forward. He's as gifted as anyone we have, and so for him to come in and pitch that under control and stuff, he was fantastic. He got more swings and misses than probably anyone who threw this series.
You guys look at offensively, TJ Bass was excellent. He only got retired a couple of times. He got an injury there on the triple. Any word on what that is as of now, or just kind of wait to see what happens on Monday?
Hopefully he can come back and play next Monday. I don't really know much, but we'll get him back.
That's fine. It's only Saturday. You got time.
So, yeah, we've got 2 days.
And then, 2 days.
Yeah,
48 hours. That's plenty of time.
No, he was great. Nathan Taggart got going this weekend. He was great. Laner, we kind of moved him down to try to get him going, and he really did today. I think he had 3 extra base hits. Rushi was great at the top of the order, really up and down the order. Brian Fields came in and swung it great, and really all the way up and down the order we got contributions from a ton of guys. And Ben Campbell didn't have his best offensive series, but he was great behind the plate. Caught it as well as he has all year, blocked a lot of pitches, and really, really played great and was a big part of it.
Last question, I'll let you get out of here because you have some introducing to do, but today is kind of the unofficial Taylor Baseball Alumni Day here. Josh DeGraff is back, who just retired from professional baseball. He's going to go into the Hall of Fame soon. Ryan Otis is here. He's already in the Hall of Fame. Luke Hunter, Brian Moore. There are a couple guys down there that were here before my time here, but how special is it to see this group of guys come back? They do it usually at least once a season, but sometimes a couple. What's it like to have so many great players and guys that have invested a lot of time and energy to the baseball program back?
Yeah, I counted 10 of those guys. Nate Shelton's down there, Jordan Crabb, Kevin Garrity was here for a while. I don't know if he's got to get back for the Notre Dame spring game or what his deal is, but what's really fun is to see them back and see them together, and they move on, and they're doing great things with their lives, and a lot of those guys are married or have just doing great things professionally, and so to see them back together is really fun. It's like a time warp, It just reminds me it wasn't that long ago those guys were out here. So it's great to see them all, and I look forward to getting to spend a couple minutes with them.
That's a pretty good team if we can make an all-star team out of them, right? It'd be pretty good.
I'm not sure our team would beat the alumni that are here. Those guys if DeGraff was on the mound and Brian Moore was at shortstop, those guys didn't lose much. So,
Kyle, thanks for the time. Good luck next week.
Appreciate it, Rick.
That is Taylor head coach Kyle Gould joining us here on the Ivanhoe's postgame show. Taylor wins by a final of 13-4 to split the doubleheader today and win the series 2-1. They are now 29-13 on the year, and they're now back to 9-9 in Crossroads League play. Special thanks to Michaela Hartley, our on-site producer, and we thank you folks for tuning in here today as well. The Trojans back in action here at home next weekend when they take on Indiana Wesleyan for a 3-game series starting on Friday. This has been a presentation of Taylor Baseball here on the Trojan Sports Network. Until we talk to you next week, good night from Upland, Indiana.